Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live in our 11th floor studios.
Oh, my gosh. Roberts is here.
Bobby Belt walking in again. I always know how his sleep goes when I wake up.
What time he gets here?
Well, yes, but even before that, I wake up in the morning, I'm going to the restroom, checking out my phone. Here, you want to hold my phone?
I'm good.
Okay. And I'll see a Bobby Facebook post or something, and I always look at how many hours ago. And like 6 hours ago, he was tweeting or popping off or saying something or posting. I don't remember what it was. And I'm like, okay, there's a chance that Bobby could be in early, and it's nice to have him. Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And what a morning for Bobby to come in early, because we got an explosions in the sports world. First, it was Pete Carroll. Then it was Nick Saban. Nick Saban retires from Bama.
I don't know many people. If you say you weren't surprised by this yesterday, I think a lot of people were just lying to themselves. Like, that was a stunner, an absolute stunner, that Nick Saban would up and retire, and without a hint anywhere. I mean, nobody even there was never even any whispers of this, and Saban he's had enough. You could make any kind of reasoning you want that it was either age or it was the transfer portal. Which I think has a lot to do with it. If you go back to April of 2021, the amount of coaches we've lost to college athletics. Since April of 21, we've lost 18 national champions, coaches with national titles have left.
Wow.
Boeheim, Jay Wright, Roy, Coach K, Saban, maybe one other. They've all retired since April of 21. They combined for 18 titles. That is the exact line of demarcation with the transfer portal in the NIL.
Yeah, the big line on social media, Roberto, is the portal broke him. I know you think it was the Longhorns.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, it was the Longhorns. The eyes of Texas were upon him, and he knew it. No, you know what's interesting? The first thing I jumped back to was I was going to a baseball game with John Machota the next day.
Whoa.
And John was talking about how the mistakes you saw in that game against Texas, like, it's the kind of thing that Saban, it was just so uncharacteristic of a Saban team. And Saban used to just snap and would ream people. And he got out there and the approach was really soft. And John was talking about, he's like, I've seen this before. I saw this happen with Bobby Bowden at Florida State, because he's a big Florida State fan. He was like, they're just reached a point near the end where it's like, Bobby just didn't have the juice anymore. And I remember John telling me, he's like, I think Saban's getting close to getting done. He's like, because he does not seem like he's got that same makeup that he used to.
You know, I see what you're saying. I think the juice is, I don't think Saban lost the juice. I think what happened is he couldn't, because of the portal, he had to constantly recruit his own players. I don't think you can coach the same way anymore.
Poor guy.
Well, no, it's just if you're 70 years old, you're just like, if you're
every single year, you have a team of free agents.
You have a team of free agents every year. And it's not like he can't do it. It's just he doesn't want to deal with it. It's like if you're an older person in this era, in just the general
and he
job,
could do it, but just law of averages and the way things are, someone always in your ear, better opportunity. They're not using you. You're still going to lose some guys.
You're still going to lose some guys, but also, like, you know, let's just say it's today and or 10 years ago, and you're 70 years old and you're really good at what you do. But all this technology is just flushing you. You got to do social media now. You got to do this and that. You're like, well, dude, I don't need the money. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to have to learn something else. So let me just go out and I'll hang out with Terry and have some little Debbie's.
Look, the best news.
Miss Terry.
The best news is we get to retire Joey Molinaro's impression. That's the best news about this yesterday. We don't have to hear that anymore. But I kind of wonder. So you guys don't seem to think at all, and I'm not saying this is it, but I did wonder it. You guys seem to be discounted. You don't think this is any, like, I'm getting out while the getting's good. I don't want to see, like, I don't want to be here while there's a collapse. I don't want to have that attached to me. Like the way people accuse Lincoln Riley of he's bailing before he has to get to the SEC.
Well, this is part of our Alabama fight during the regular season. I don't see any collapse coming. Will Alabama be as dominant? Probably not. Now you have Texas and OU rolling in, but
it's getting easier now.
The thing about Saban, though, in Alabama, their down year is number 4 in the
Right.
playoff ranking. Their down year is, okay, Jalen Milroe, maybe the college version of Jalen Hurts or Lamar Jackson or whatever non-throwing quarterback shot Bobby would like to throw in there.
Lamar Jackson at least won a Heisman.
We're going to take this guy and have him run around and street ball it in the backyard and still be the number 4 team in the country. Every other program right now except for Georgia doesn't have that type of quote-unquote fall off. So I don't know that a collapse was coming. I think he hates the setup, hates the system, and I know that Bobby is just giving all the credit to John Machota, but thank you, Peyton. I did text y'all during the Michigan game. I was like, he's not like, during that type of game, you'll see at least one Saban outburst, like yelling at a player on the sideline, really intense, screaming, and I was like, he looks tired. I texted y'all that. I should have said it on the radio. But he
needs C4.
He looks tired. He needs some C4.
Yeah.
This just seems like the energy is a little bit drained. He is 72 years old.
He is. It's the thing is there. I don't think there's a collapse coming because it's getting easier. They're going to 12 teams, right? Like they're always going to be one of the 12 best teams. They're good enough to be one of the 12 best.
You remember we were talking about that a lot last offseason, though. He whined about the portal a ton.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't do like Dabo and just sit there and do nothing with it, but he whined about it as much as Dabo.
He didn't like it.
And you remember we read that story from AL.com that was like, this is really weird. We actually tracked how many smiles Nick Saban gave us during the preseason press conferences, and it's more smiling than we've ever seen from Saban, and it's kind of freaking us all out.
Yeah.
And it just... You probably get to a point where you're tired.
Yeah.
But
maybe.
this collection, like you lose Saban, Pete Carroll, a very significant head coach on both the college and the NFL side over the last 20 years. Maybe we get Belichick news here in the next couple days. It's just a really jarring kind of period of transition for football coaching.
And then earlier in the day, Pete Carroll out in Seattle.
Now there's another one, like out of nowhere. This was not. I didn't hear anything about this. They made the playoffs last year. They missed it this year by not even a full game, right? It was just a tiebreaker.
That was more. Pete Carroll was more stunning to me than Saban.
Yeah.
It was more stunning to me because Saban, I could see maybe being tired, walking away, not wanting to go through what college football is. Pete Carroll, man, I mean, you're always going to remember him for the Legion of Boom on the NFL level, but he did a hell of a coaching job these past 2 years with Geno Smith taking the place of Russell Wilson. A hell of a job.
A ton of vindication for the Russell Wilson situation because he got killed. He and Brian Schottenheimer as well got killed for the way that they handled Russell Wilson for a number of years. And in a way you could say, well, okay, like you see what happened in Denver. Maybe they knew what his limitations were and they knew exactly the type of player that they had on their hands and how to use him. And so he did and I mean, he was really adamant in the last week or two about like, I'm coming back. Nope, I'm coming back. I'll be here. And I think that's why it's so surprising because Saban gets to walk away on his own terms. Pete Carroll did not. And that's kind of surprising to me.
So last night when this broke, early last night, the title on SportsCenter underneath was Carroll to remain with Seattle as an advisor. So it's like, okay, was this a mutual agreement? And then Pete Carroll spoke. Gave a press conference, and it did not necessarily sound like he was done and that he was completely trying to give up coaching. So I don't know whether he was pushed out. I don't know whether it was a mutual agreement. I don't know whether Pete is still looking for another head coaching opportunity. Mike Florio, perfect timing, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning from ProFootballTalk.com. But first I thought mutual, then I thought one-sided. Came from the top.
I thought mutual at first as well. And then, because I was like, they're not going to fire Pete. No one's going to, especially because of the advisory role. You don't fire somebody and say, hey, we're going to fire you, but, we'll let you come and make, $300,000 a year working in the front office 1 day a week.
Right.
That doesn't work. I think this was a complete one-sided deal, and I do think Pete still wants to coach. And I think we will see him.
So why would they have announced? Why would there have been this little byline of he's staying on?
Saving face maybe with the organization? I don't know.
Yeah, respect. And look, obviously not the same sort of coach, a different reputation altogether, but probably don't want their version of a Landry situation where it's like, you just he did a hell of a coaching job the last couple of years, and he's one of the most upbeat, optimistic individuals in the world. Everybody in Seattle loves him, and you just do him dirty like this. probably just like hey, not complete disrespect. You got to go, but we'll make this look like a soft transition for you. You've become president emeritus or whatever like universities do, kind of one of those.
No, presidents would stay on for 10 more years at least compared to Saban, and he's 72, kept trending all night long.
He's ready to retire. Now people are saying, boy, he's the perfect age to start going into politics.
Yeah, that's right.
Great.
The Dallas Stars put up a touchdown. Pat McAfee, did he end Aaron Rodgers on his show? And Stephen A. Smith ended this guy that everyone in the world absolutely hates. Thursday edition with the full squad here early. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Long feet ahead, glove down by Marchman. Across for Hansen, he scores! 4-on-4 goal for Rupe Hintz. Dallas lead is now 3-0.
Touchdown Stars. Good morning, Metroplex. Got everyone in the house. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt as the Stars put up 7-4 in the third period over the Minnesota Wild to improve to 24 wins on the season.
Oh, man, that's a good win because Minnesota's terrible. Not quite terrible, but this is the kind of thing where you want to put up a big number on, get them out of the game early. They had nothing to play for. They ain't going to the postseason.
Well, they're like 500.
Oh, man, they're like 20 points. They're 20 points back. 20 points back. That's the thing. You only had 4 teams out of each conference. Like, well, you get 2, and then you get the wild cards. So
Probably a little early that they're not, tanking for the draft pick.
they're not taking for the draft pick. They're just terrible.
Hintz, Pavelski, Sagan. I think Sagan scored 6 times in his last 6 games.
Sagan.
Jason Robertson, the Stars' 4 top goal scorers, all got on the board to sweep a home-and-home and the season series. So Hintz leads the Stars with 17 goals. Pavelski and Sagan have 16, and Robo has 15. The Stars are the first NHL team this year with 4 players with at least 15 goals apiece. There's your perfect definition of balance.
Yeah, that is pretty good balance, and their goal differential is really, really good. They're a good team. The problem is that they're in the same division with a Winnipeg team that just doesn't know how to lose right now.
They don't know how to lose, just like the Philadelphia
Just
Eagles,
like the Eagles,
as
man.
Peyton plays for us all the time. So
7-0-3 in their last 10 against Minnesota.
Go Stars, baby.
It's automatic.
well, then I'm the jinx because
Why?
Because the last time I went to a Stars Wild game, they lost. So that was probably one of the times. It was me.
Wedgwood made his 11th start in their last 12 games.
Yeah, I mean, Otter will come back here in the next couple of weeks, maybe hopefully earlier, but it's been a lot of wedge for in the meantime, and he's done an admirable job. You need that because you obviously you get next man up stuff, but not even just him, but then his backup has to come in and play well.
Inside the Stars coming up at 6 o'clock. Everyone immediately connected Dan Quinn to Seattle after Pete Carroll was announced out yesterday. We'll get to that coming up in 15 minutes, but some big media news as it was announced that Aaron Rodgers will no longer appear. Man, what a wide open headline this was. Aaron Rodgers will no longer appear on the Pat McAfee show this season.
Mm-hmm.
You had your political trolls saying Aaron Rodgers was suspended. Was this the end of his contract? Like we have deals with Jerry and Steven and McCarthy. At the last Cowboys game of the season, they don't come on until next season. Was that and has that been the case with Aaron Rodgers on McAfee going on 4 years? Or did Pat McAfee, creative control of the show, say, enough of this, I don't want to do this anymore right now? Did ESPN put pressure on him? Bobby, what do you make of it?
I mean, I think this is around the time it ended each year for him, but
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning
the thing
towards.
I don't like is
Oh, please say it. I know I'm going to be the only one in media to say it. Please say it.
the thing about McAfee is like we talked the other day about like authenticity was going to be the biggest thing for him in that carry over to ESPN. Like he could not lose that authenticity. So, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to taunt the Georgia Bulldog fans, and I'm going to call the Dogs, and then I'm going to pick Alabama, or I'm going to stand up here, I'm going to call out Norby Williamson, and then he gets the Jimmy Kimmel pressure, and he's like, guys, I got to be honest, I'm so glad he's gone too. The stress that I had to deal with, it's just
Bobby.
folded.
Yes.
Folded like a
Yes.
cheap YMCA chair, just folded. And
Are YMCA chairs cheap?
yeah, they're usually donated, I think, and stuff like that. So they're secondhand.
I've never seen a YMCA chair.
Yes, you have. It's like one of those folding like metal chairs.
That's what they're called, YMCA. I have 2 of those metal ones still.
Metal?
They're- Oh, yeah.
Not like the ones we sat in at the firehouse, like the plastic that
Oh, no, I'm talking about
sinks.
No, I'm talking about the old school grandma metal ones that have the straps that you would like tie down your truck with.
Yeah.
Those things. I got 2 of those bad boys.
I honestly think McAfee yesterday, and this is not often the case, he looked kind of cowardly yesterday to me. Or just like a total wuss. Because I mean, you have been so in your face. I do what I want, not just with everything relating to ESPN and everything else, but relating to Aaron for 3-4 months. Now that it ends, you're like, boy, I'm so glad this is gone. What a relief. Have you guys seen my Twitter mentions? It's really hard.
Yeah.
It was soft.
I agree with you. More on that in a second after Ralph's initial thoughts. You think this got canceled? Natural ending of the interview for the regular season?
Well, I mean, I think he'll be back next year. I think this is like, because he said it was only supposed to go through the end of Aaron's season, and then they just kept him on for a couple of postseason weeks. I don't know that he's gone soft. You have to play ball. You still have to play ball a little bit.
Do you? He's not playing ball with Norby Williamson. He's sitting there going like this rat who's sabotaging my show.
He has people over Norby that are on his side. So he doesn't have to.
Boy, it's a convenient ass time for him to say like, yeah, this has been a very stressful. As soon as Aaron's not sitting across from him.
Here's my huge problem with McAfee yesterday, and he went on paragraph by paragraph rants on social media, justifying his show. The excitement he had during his show to announce this ending and the relief that he tweeted about, I thought it was a complete joke. It was a total complete joke because I watched a lot of those interviews and they egged Aaron on. Mm-hmm. It wasn't, they weren't uncomfortable. They would bring up the topic, especially who's the guy who doesn't speak at all on there, the former linebacker? AJ Hawk. Like when the subject was dying down the other day after like 30 minutes and they wanted to get into football talk, AJ Hawk then reignited the COVID flame and set Aaron off for another 15 minutes. They were getting an absolute high from all the clicks and all the views and all the retweets and all the discussion and talk. They loved it. So I thought it was pretty. Oh, yeah, they loved it. I thought it was pretty lame and disingenuous of Pat to be like, man, this is such a relief for me. This is a tremendous relief. And now we can really get down to sports. Give me a break. You egged it on and you loved it while Aaron Rodgers was making you a national topic, not a national sports topic, a national topic. And then to act like, oh my gosh, finally we can put this behind us for the rest of the football season. I rolled my eyes.
Yeah, and my biggest disappointment is that, they're getting away. They're getting away from what, the obviously, yes, he has to play ball, but also, yeah, you're right. It is the genuine, we do what we want to do kind of thing. They are getting away from that. Plus, I hate to see that Aaron's going away because, he's been proven right about everything he says. So,
oh my,
I don't want.
Well, I love week by week
Kimmel?
how you.
No, I don't care about Kimmel. That's all speculation stuff. The other stuff.
I know, I'm kidding.
Yeah, the important stuff that we talked about. I posted on social media yesterday.
The stuff that gets you the Facebook warnings.
Yeah, that used to get the Facebook warnings. Doesn't get Facebook warnings anymore because it was true. But anyway, that's what I'm disappointed about the most.
Yeah, I don't know if
I let Aaron do my research for me.
I don't know if he's cowering because I think that the deal just naturally ran out. But to act like you're so relieved and you didn't like what was happening on your show, BS.
His response is either cowardly in the face of pressure, or it means he's been a disingenuous liar sitting across from Aaron for 4 months.
I don't know, but yeah, liar may be strong, but look, man, that show is very, very positive. Okay.
Oh gosh, yes.
It borders on ass kissing to every single guest, right? Like every single thing that they ask or say to a guest is nothing but praise. So either Pat was overpraising Aaron to get more out of him. A lot of us do that all the time, us included, right? You give your fake laughs and you ha ha ha, and you want to build a rapport. That rapport allowed Aaron Rodgers as the interview subject to be more comfortable and give them more gold. Mm-hmm. But maybe Pat didn't actually feel like that, and he was just sitting across from the four-time MVP. So for whatever reason, Aaron Rodgers, the four-time Hall of Famer, for whatever reason, Aaron Rodgers on McAfee is done for the season. And I would ask this. Was Aaron Rodgers on McAfee a good thing for their show?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I totally agree.
Absolutely.
I totally agree. So all this regret and anyone else who is criticizing it, like, sports, what happened to ESPN?
Yeah.
I think it was a tremendous hit and success, and you have him back again, no doubt about it.
How many clips, because he had Saban on, they did basically the same deal. How many clips of the Saban interviews did we see?
Yeah, that was a bore.
Right, hardly any. Aaron Rodgers was, whether you agree with it or not, he moved the needle.
Yep.
It got clicks, it got views, paid, whatever they want to call it. It got all of that. That's the job. That's the goal of any content creator.
Yeah.
Is getting people to tune in.
I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I was trying to watch as many as I could to hear either his football perspective or for him to blow up people in politics.
What thing he was going to say.
What was he going to say?
I was at lunch when he was doing his last interview the other day, and somebody sitting there at the bar, the interview was up there, and somebody sitting there at the bar asked the bartender, like, can you turn this up? There were people sitting there at lunch, out for lunch during the work hour and going like, I want to hear this. I want to hear what Aaron Rodgers is saying.
It's one of the few times I will stand next to a naked man in the gym locker room with his leg up and his balls hanging down.
Rodgers is on the screen.
Well, if they're doing something, if the Cowboys have a first take thing on there, or if Rodgers is on the screen, it's like, okay, turn this up. I'll stand next to this naked guy.
An update on Stephon Gilmore. Did Micah get disrespected by his fellow athletes with the All-Pro team? And is Dan Quinn already packing for Seattle? Inside the Stars, next.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
This is your home of the NFC East champs, and this is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Is Dan Quinn on his way to replace Pete Carroll? Man, you cannot miss today's show. We're absolutely loaded. Nick Saban, Pete Carroll out. Wait till you hear the pettiness that may have led to Mike Vrabel's firing. We'll get to that at 6:20. Pettiness at 6:40 with Peyton Russell responding to someone here at the station calling out his segment. The payload is coming up in 40 minutes. We got a Green Bay high-low at 7:20 during the Expressway. Mike Florio on all the coaching news. And we'll probably fight about Belichick to the Cowboys at 8 o'clock. 8:40, Babe Laufenberg. Loaded Thursday. Let's get to the update on Stephon Gilmore for the Packer game.
So Stephon Gilmore says he's playing, and it says that he's not going to have an issue with this.
This feels like, to me, I see it in my mind. I hope it doesn't happen. I'm going to be like J.J. McCarthy visualizing here. Man, this just feels like a second series of the game, a seventh play of the game. Gilmore like landing, falling, re-aggravating, holding, going to the sideline. I don't know.
And then out for the next round.
I don't know.
Which he's going to play. Apparently, there's a good shot. Gilmore was saying yesterday that there's a decent shot he's going to play this game with a harness on his shoulder. And so, look, I think football players are tough. They'll do a lot of different things, in that building to make sure that he's ready to play and that he's going to be at his very best. But he's the one that I'm more concerned about being limited in this game than Tyler Smith. Like I'm a little concerned about that, and the depth behind him. You already lost Diggs for the year and have been really tested there and have gotten by with three really solid corners. I mean, you came to this year with four guys who could play corner. I mean, there were some questions about Jordan Lewis, but he has shown a lot in the last 6 weeks. And so you felt really good about this trio of corners. So Gilmore being limited would be really difficult, especially with the way Gilmore stepped up as well and played over the last 6 weeks or so.
And that is a total depth unit. Like that unit's all about like how bad is your worst player.
It's a war of attrition.
Yes, it is. The secondary, absolutely.
And so he says he's going to play. He says he'll be out there. It's just now the question is, are we getting a little bit of a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down? And they're trying to tell us like, he'll be fine. Or is this going to look limited?
And is it okay if he's limited against these receivers? Bobby will have the full film room tomorrow with the Friday preview. And I know that Christian Watson is questionable, but don't ever forget what he did to us at Lambeau. 8 for 107. It felt like even more than that. 3 touchdowns a couple of years ago in that 3-point overtime win.
That was probably all in the second half.
I was going to say, not what he did to us, what he did to Boss Man Fat. Burnt man toast.
Was that on Kelvin?
Yeah, remember, that was the game Anthony Brown got like the concussion and had to leave, and as soon as he left the field and Kelvin Joseph had to step up in there, just really showed he didn't have a killer instinct.
We didn't have any alternative to put on the guy that was torching them except for Kelvin.
Nope. That was a tough period because that was you had Lewis was banged up that game, Anthony Brown was banged up, and then Kelvin Joseph had to step in there and just got worked.
By the way, Sunday's game marks the first time in NFL history that the top 2 touchdown pass leaders will face off in their playoff openers. Dak, 36, and Jordan Love very quietly was second with 32 touchdowns.
Yeah, I bet historically that generally the top 2 guys aren't, one of them is not going to be the 7th seed. That's probably why this is one of the first times this happened in the playoff opener.
Yeah,
the first time.
Yeah.
Well, so I saw the note. I'm trying to remember. It happened. There's been one other time where the top 2 passing touchdown leaders played in the wild card. It was Fouts and somebody else. Fouts and Bradshaw played against each other, and that was 0. But the other thing is that it speaks to how just downgraded offense has been across the league, that 32 touchdown passes was second in the league as well, because we've just seen these numbers continue to explode. It's one of those things where everybody's just like, it's going to continue going up and up. Maybe we'll see a 60 touchdown pass season. And this year, 32 was good enough for second, but he played really, really well down the stretch. He was, 18 touchdowns, 1 interception the second half of the season.
Cowboy fans are outraged and excited that Micah Parsons got disrespected yesterday as the NFLPA, this is the players, announced their second annual All-Pro team. This was voted on by the players themselves. As Michael Gelkin points out from the Dallas Morning News, this is not to be confused with the Associated Press All-Pro team. That is more prestigious, historically significant. When we go and look at your All-Pros, it comes from the AP, obviously not the NFLPA, because this is only their second year in doing it. Why the disrespect? Because off-ball linebacker and edge rushers did not include number 11. Edge rushers, Choppy, Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby. Off-ball linebacker, Roquan Smith, Fred Warner. That's more of your inside linebacker. But the question becomes, okay, did Max Crosby deserve to make it over Micah? Or I guess Myles.
And I mean, so TJ didn't make it either?
TJ did not make it.
Crosby's really good.
I love him.
He's really good, and he's got an edge, and he's...
Oh, man. He isn't... He's
neck tat. I stay away from neck tattoo.
To me,
what do you keep saying to Minshew? Little ass boy.
Little ass boy.
Little ass boy.
He's that guy you hate playing pickup hoops against. You just hate. He's like undercover dirty, and every time you come down from a shot attempt, like it's that subtle forearm to the rib. It's not going to get called a foul, but he's doing it every time. He's just trying to irritate you. He doesn't discriminate on who he's trash talking against. He goes after Mahomes. He goes after everyone to try to get in their heads. I love the guy. But did Myles Garrett, Max Crosby deserve to make it over Myles Garrett? Micah Parsons. Micah obviously is going to think no.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting because, and I would guess this one would stick in Micah's craw more than another one because it's other players.
Yes,
and that would be frustrating to him. And
the players and the refs hate me.
I don't think it's anything where that's an indictment on the way he's played. I think it's just a really high level of praise for what Myles Garrett's done and what Max Crosby's done. Max Crosby has been completely dominant for the Raiders. There was a lot of people who said that Myles Garrett should be in discussion for MVP. Like, people thought he was that important to what Cleveland was doing. So there's a ton of respect for him.
Sorry, TJ led the league in sacks with 19. By the way, he is out for the opener against the Buffalo Bills. And then Max Crosby had 14.5. So, Choppy, you're going to have to throw some run numbers my way to justify this. And while Crosby had 14.5, Myles Garrett had 14. Micah with 14. So, TJ Watt, as your initial reaction, I think, suggested he may feel the most outraged.
Well, he probably does. I mean, the raw numbers show that.
Yeah.
The metrics show that TJ is he's bad. That's a joke.
He's your latest target, like JJ
Well,
Watt used to be. You hate the Watts.
Well, JJ, yes, I don't like the Watts. No, I like the Watts, but I don't like the Watts. Okay, I like, but hate. First of all, I like their initials. Big fan of initial people.
Oh yeah.
Okay, love initial people. But Micah,
JT and R.
Yes, Micah had a 35% pass rush win rate, so he won 35% of them. He also had the highest double team rate in the NFL at 35%.
Wow.
TJ Watt, he was fourth in pass rush win rate at 25%, but he was double teamed more than half as much as Micah.
Now,
only 14% double team rate.
Seems like really dumb offensive strategy.
It's going to be more difficult because he's standing up in a 3-4 and he's going off into coverage and he's doing other things. Like, he's not. I'm just saying.
Listen. We don't watch tape here. Okay, stop with your technical. Stop trying to be Wolchuk.
I am saying. Look, I think Micah.
Plus, Greg Lloyd was on the other side.
Yeah,
I think Micah played better than TJ did this year overall. But TJ, again, that's not a slight to TJ. You've got four incredible edge rushers right there. Max Crosby this year, he's complete. So he was fourth in the NFL in pressures, first in tackles for loss, sixth in sacks. He had more sacks than Micah. And then he was first in the NFL in stops, which means he's getting stops in the run game too. Like, he is a complete dominant football player and one that the Cowboys missed on grabbing, and I still am upset about.
What was their opportunity?
He got picked at the beginning of the fourth round.
Who's that?
Matt,
I thought you were talking about TJ.
No, they took Connor McGovern in the third round. He was in consideration for them, and Crosby desperately wanted to be a Cowboy because he went to Colleyville High School.
So all your numbers show what?
I mean, leaving Micah off that list is a pretty difficult. It's a difficult thing for the players to have to deal with, like for them to have to answer to, which they'll never answer to it. But
Micah will
release your
Micah,
ballots.
But you can't really. I mean, you can't really make the argument. I mean, Max Crosby is not even in the top 20 of pass rush win rate. I mean, it's hard for me to fathom that he's on there over Micah.
From Pro Football.
TJ, so you put TJ on there. I mean, the sack numbers play into it. I get that.
What about Myles Garrett?
Myles is second highest double team rate at 29%. His pass rush win rate is just a little bit less than Micah's, and basically is the same amount of overall wins.
So you don't have a problem with him being included?
I don't have a problem with Myles. No, I don't have a problem with Myles, and I wouldn't have a problem with TJ. But I mean, Max is.
And is Nick Bosa nowhere? We haven't even mentioned him. I don't think he got hurt this year like he always does, like the Bosa boys always do.
No, he had more plays than Micah. Micah had 238 plays. Bosa had 317. The difference is Micah had 84 wins and Bosa only had 59.
Plays. I have Micah with 862 snaps.
Well, I think when they say plays, they're just talking
you're
about
involved
actual
in
pass rush plays, not
okay.
anything where you drop back into coverage or not. You're not necessarily.
I mean, the reality also is that this was another year, and this is not a criticism because he goes 110 miles per hour, everything else. But like, I mean, Micah did trail off in the second half of the year. Like and that's become. First year it wasn't so much of an issue, but last year that became a thing where he got kind of burned out at the end. This year, I think you saw there were times he got burned out at the end.
Yeah.
He goes so hard all the time that I think December rolls around and he starts slipping a little bit.
Now, Max is the top run stop win rate edge in the league by a large margin.
Okay.
By a lot.
That change your opinion at all?
No, because the running game doesn't matter.
There we go. So Micah has drawn a penalty, by the way, at a rate of once every 431 snaps.
I draw a penalty that often.
That's how the math works out, especially from your therapist. Micah has
brutal.
not drawn a holding penalty in the final 11 games of the year.
Oh, that's
11.
not good. It's not good at all.
What's wrong?
I think I'm going to check, but I think we have breaking news related to Bill Belichick.
Choppy, right remote, if you could.
Yeah, Bill Belichick, according to Ian Rappaport, is out in New England.
no.
So that is official. We have lost Belichick, Saban, and Pete Carroll in the span of 24 hours.
Wow. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. They've mutually agreed he will not return as head coach in 2024. I was thinking.
God.
What?
This remote.
Oh, my remote.
Hit me right here.
My remote at home is so bad. It's so bad. I got to figure out how to reprogram from another one that I'm not using.
Oh, that's actually much easier. I had to do that because the dog ate it.
Yeah.
Much easier to do than you think. It's two buttons.
Okay, well, show me, please, in the commercial break.
That's what they've always said. It's real easy. It's just two buttons.
But I was thinking, is Kraft thinking about this? Like, this is not the immediate day after. It's not 2 days after. Instead, it took 4 days for Belichick to officially leave New England. Did we ever think we were going to see this day?
Not 3 years ago. I wouldn't have ever thought we were going to see this
that.
day.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought that you would see that Saban and Belichick are out in a 12-hour span,
Right.
or a 14-hour span. I wouldn't have thought that. No, this is. I mean, now obviously knowing what we saw this year, doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah,
but.
I mean, because going back to October, like you were getting who's the reporter in Boston?
Mike Reese.
Mike Reese,
whatever.
You had guys like that reporting like consistently all the way back in October. Like this is ending. Like they don't get along anymore. Bill's burned out. This is coming to an end.
All right, let's react to all of it. The greatest coach in the history of the National Football League is leaving the New England Patriots. Bill Belichick is out. Nick Saban retires. Pete Carroll gets quote-unquote fired. And is Dan Quinn on his way to replace Pete in Seattle next?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Peyton's Revenge coming up in the payload at 6:40. We got breaking news on the Fan presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Look at that miserable SOB. Look at that picture. Bill Belichick
On to Cleveland.
is leaving the New England Patriots. Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, Bill Belichick, all gone. Just like that.
All gone. All gone in not even 24 hours. In 18. In 18 hours, they're all gone.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
And you know what's
What a
interesting,
day.
too, is that, it was the last 2 seasons have been bad for them. So I guess it was 3 years ago that when they got to the playoffs with Mac Jones and went 10-7 and were playing the way they were, like, people were talking about, oh, yeah, Belichick's clearly got it still. But, like, what he's getting out of this football team,
Yeah.
it has been an aggressive turn over these last 2 years.
And Choppy, the other day you sent kind of an inside the Patriot drama story from the Boston Herald, and it was just trying to unpack all of the drama. They interviewed more than a dozen team sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity, fear of retribution from the Patriots, but they described an offense undone by a quiet type of dysfunction, a broken quarterback, and finger pointing between the coaching staff and front office. A locker room source said, quote, "This was messed up from the beginning. Nothing like I expected. Not at all."
Yeah, and you know, they're talking about Bill O'Brien and his frustration with the lack of development as the season wore on.
That Bill actually wanted to keep Matt Patricia as the OC. That's what this says.
Yeah, it did. And you know,
Kraft was like, no, that's not going to work. Go and get Bill O'Brien or someone else.
So, and then, like, you know, they were talking about pointing fingers at decision makers about the talent that was available. And, you know, the team's pass protection was ranked 5th worst. And then last by ESPN's pass block win rate for the year. And, you know, they didn't invest in the offensive line until the 4th round. Didn't take a receiver until the 6th. How do you spend the first 3 picks on defense when tackle was the biggest problem on your team? That was just one of the quotes that was out there. You know, they had Mac Jones versus Bailey Zappi, and you know, now one of the tenured sources said the players still respond to Bill. They're still responding, and they have a lot of squad meetings. He shows them what's going to happen in the game, and it always happens, even down to what the team can't do. He's like, you guys can't do this, so this is going to happen, and we're not going to be able to stop this. And he's still right on these things, but it's a mess. It really is a mess right now.
This is a wild note that The Athletic had last week, that Bill Belichick has not signed a player that he picked in the top 100 to a second contract since 2012.
What?
It's been more than a decade since he picked a player in the top 100 and they got a second contract
And
in New
that's
England.
what the Cowboys eat and breathe.
That's considered a marker of success. Did you get a second contract? Were you worthy of a second contract? And so now there's a lot of Bill also
A lot of
built
guys
a
left
system
and then came back.
Well, and Bill also built a system that said and took advantage of it for years that said we're going to take advantage of the compensatory picks. We're going to let guys go, replace them with cheaper players, get the high comp pick, and it worked for a lot of years. But that also works when you have Tom Brady as your quarterback.
It does. It's easier to. Look, when you have an elite quarterback, you can make mistakes. You have the affordability to make mistakes. Look, the Chiefs haven't invested at all in their wide receivers. They're the 3 seed. They won the Super Bowl last year.
Won the West.
What's that?
Won the division.
And won the division. And this is a down year, and they still won because they're allowed to make mistakes because of Mahomes. And when you lose that, you can't make mistakes anymore. You got to be perfect. Now, yeah, since then, they drafted Chandler Jones in the first round of 2012. Then they let him
Chance him, yeah.
Right, they let him go. Jamie Collins, they draft him, they let him go. He comes back. So their just philosophy is like you said, take advantage of the compensatory picks. Let's move on.
So a lot of people are waiting to now see not only where Belichick goes, but when does Mike Vrabel go to New England? Before we get to that, Bobby, you know how you talked about a coordinated timing of reports, talking about Mike McCarthy's job status over the weekend? The same thing happened yesterday with Dan Quinn. As soon as the Pete Carroll news came out that he was leaving Seattle, Rappaport, Schefter, bam, bam, look for Dan Quinn to be a major, major name of interest.
And a heavy betting favorite so far. If you look at the betting market stuff, like most people have put out odds, like everybody has Quinn as the top candidate. Now there's a couple of the people out there putting out odds have him tied for first order, but everybody has Dan Quinn either first or tied for first as the coaching hire here. And it makes a ton of sense. Like, he still talks really glowingly about Seattle. A lot of the decision makers in that front office, John Schneider is still there. Those were people who thought really highly of him. I would think that this is an opportunity that he'd be really excited about if he was able to get. This would be up near the top of his list.
I think this Seattle connection, how do I say this? Not is overblown. Yeah, it's overrated. Like, so freaking. Not that they don't love Dan Quinn. If I'm Dan Quinn, okay, I have to love John Schneider so much more than any other general manager out there. I'm just not going to be like married to the Seahawks because of the Legion of Boom. Where's the quarterback? Where's the quarterback with another GM that I like? I feel like we're marrying. The media is marrying Dan Quinn to the Seahawks too much when Dan Quinn can have more options than that.
But DQ is a guy who clearly, you don't have to know Dan Quinn or hear him talk about it to know, just based on reports that we've seen over the last couple of years, he absolutely wants to go somewhere with a specific general manager in mind. I'm not saying it has to be one guy, but what were the reports we heard consistently? He wanted to partner up with George Payton. When there was talk about him getting a job years ago, Denver, he wanted to partner up with, Denver. When he got the Atlanta job, there was talk about him partnering up with Payton, that was important to him. We've heard
what GM does he want?
We've heard some rumblings that if he were to get a job, it might be advantageous that I'll go find a job that has a GM opening, and I can, Will McClay can come with us.
The Chargers is that. They don't have a GM.
And John Schneider is probably one of the few jobs that he would say, I'll take that, because Schneider is a guy that I respect and think highly of. So he definitely, I think, part of the decision to go take a head coaching job is based on how tight am I with this front office? How close am I? Because he is unique as a coach. One of the things that people really love about him here in Dallas, he's unique as a coach in that typically you do have kind of coaches over here, personnel over here, players over here, and that they all kind of have their own interests. Dan Quinn is known and praised widely for being a guy who just connects with each one of those groups, despite the typical self-interest you to have as a coach.
I just think he should look more at the quarterback first.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. You go where the quarterback is, as far as I'm concerned.
Let's look at the job openings. All right.
They probably have, the second best quarterback of all the job openings?
Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, you got the Chargers is number one.
Chargers
is that higher than Bryce Young?
Seattle?
Yeah, are you, like I'm saying, are you that down on Bryce Young now?
Oh, no, it's an unknown. I mean, Geno's shown that he's good.
Yeah, but
enough.
it's a youth thing and future.
Thing,
like,
upside.
we know what Geno is. Oh, we think we know what Geno is. Props to him for changing the initial narrative, but it's a better quarterback situation. I would rather have the DC set up with the high pick.
I'm not going to argue with that.
DC, Carolina, question mark. It's better than the Atlanta situation.
Better than New England.
It's better than New England. And what's going to happen with Vegas? So, yeah, I guess it could be much worse. Maybe John Schneider's that tipping point, being like, let's do it. But if you could, you threw in Will McClay there real quick. Expand on that.
I mean, and I asked Nick about it yesterday.
Because I know that Will McClay is really, really tight with Steven. That I know I feel comfortable saying on the radio, 100,000 watts. He has that. Or is he that tight? Same thing with Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, they're close. So here's the thing. I think that there's like I said, when we've talked about, that was a Rod Marinelli pick. Like, he won out over the personnel department, or that was a Jason Garrett guy. He pounded the table and he had his own interests, and that superseded what the scouts wanted or whatever else, or the scouts went out over these coaches. Quinn really, I think, made a positive impact first thing when he got in the door with Will McClay specifically and that entire staff, because he came in and said, I trust what you guys do. You guys are really damn good at your jobs. So what I just want to do is I want to communicate to you these are my standards. These are what I look for. And I'm going to trust you to go find me the players that fit that. But I'm going to be ultra communicative and say, this is what I want in my players. These are the types of guys I want. And then Dan Quinn goes on the road a lot. Like, how often do we see Dan Quinn's at a pro day? He's working guys out. He's doing this. Dan Quinn goes on the road and really works on evaluating the players with the personnel department. And I just think that's something naturally that Will McClay has a big respect for. And I think they really like each other. I think they have a good relationship.
More on the Titans fallout, man. The level of pettiness from this owner, and she's getting destroyed everywhere. This is Ian Rappaport explaining why Amy Adams, in part, wanted Mike Vrabel gone on the NFL Network.
It was not Rand Carthon who fired Mike Vrabel. In fact, I think if you would give him his choice, a lot of reasons why Vrabel would be a great head coach to move forward with. One of those reasons is he's very, very good. This was Amy Adams Strunk making the decision that, based on a lot of things, including what happened when he went to New England for the Hall of Fame thing, including not dispelling rumors in-house that he was going to be the Patriots coach. I mean, there was a lot there, and she clearly made the decision that she wanted to move on in the best interest of the organization. And now it is going to be Rand Carthon leading the search for a new leader of men.
Threw that in there. Mike Vrabel's Ring of Honor Patriots speech. How long is it, Peyton? You can say it on air.
45 seconds.
45 seconds. That's perfect. Good job. So Spittle sent this over. This was Vrabel. What?
That was me that said it. Whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry.
RJ
Good job,
sent it as
Choppy.
well, yeah.
My job. My bad. Good job.
Maybe he did. I don't know. I didn't see it.
He sent it to me in Pepe. This was Vrabel at Foxborough getting inducted.
Come on, we got a game to win. I can't be up here that long. I can imagine how you screamed and yelled at the night games on third down and when you threw the snow and every memory that comes back right now. So I want to thank you fans, okay, for the opportunity to stand here today in front of you. Also in front of my teammates, I want to thank them. I want to recognize Logan Mankins, Bill Parcells, Dante Scarnecchia, who was one of the toughest assistant coaches I've ever been a part of in 25 years in the National Football League. But I also want you not to take this organization for granted. I've been a lot of places. This is a special place with great leadership, great fans, great direction, great coaching. Enjoy it. It's not like this everywhere.
Not like this everywhere. We got a game to win. Boy, green is not a good look on Amy Adams. Okay, the green greed of jealousy.
Man.
All right.
He didn't say this is the best place in the National Football League.
No. This is.
We got a game. Okay, there was nothing that offensive about that.
Nothing offensive.
I was expecting to hear like some passive-aggressive shade towards the Titans.
She broke cardinal rule number 1. She let her money get mad. It's a classic example of a Nepo baby out there. It was insecure.
I know someone like that. Wet Willie, old Wet Willie. Out there.
Yeah, where's the Wet Willie?
Yeah.
When the parental is the billionaire, is the entrepreneur, is the genius, and then you're the child, you got to make the money, you got to make a name for yourself, right? You got to make a name for yourself. There's this insecurity that's built in there. It's totally human nature. I get it. I mean, it's probably not something that she even could control. Like a lot of children of billionaires have that issue. Like, how do I prove my worth to the world? Because everybody thinks I just got it from mom or dad.
Sure. Yeah, you get a job that somebody doesn't think you deserve. You need to go in and make a mark.
Right.
You need to show, well, I can do this.
And there's a general built-in insecurity with that. And this was an insecure move on her part. I mean, she let her money get mad, man. She did not make a decision in the best interest of the Tennessee Titans.
We are going to get, according to Ian Rappaport, we are going to get the joint press conference at noon today between Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick.
Ooh.
Hello, Patriot fans.
Oh, my. So news is breaking everywhere. No other reason to go anywhere else than DFW Sports Station. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We're going to have a Packers high-low at 7:20. But Peyton Russell got annihilated yesterday by a teammate here at the station. Peyton responds in his very own segment. The payload is next. But I want you to start your new
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
There are two types of people in this world. There's winners, like us. We're all winners on the show. The 6 a.m. Club, winners. Gavin Spittle, a winner. Tim Collins, a winner.
Bennett Glazer,
a winner.
That was great.
And there are losers like Alec Medford.
Oh.
Now, a lot of people don't know who Alec Medford is because he's usually just on the weekends. They'll fill in from time to time. You can hear him doing Frankel live reads, Classic Chevrolet live reads. Let me just...
Live read guy?
Yeah, live read guy. You know, but yesterday he took it a little too far, guys. He took it a little too far. The boys on the KNC Masterpiece let him run his weekend staple segment called AM on the FM. Bad name, don't like it, terrible name, payloads 100 times better.
Very bad name.
And he decided to take some shots. Lil bro himself, Alec Medford, decided to step down a little bit, you know, and come at the payload. And I did not appreciate it whatsoever. And he used his small platform, his small 15-minute segment to immediately address our beef that is growing apparently. And this is what he had to say yesterday on the KNC Masterpiece.
I've got a lot of pressure because I've got Pops in the building. I've got to impress him, and I just got to outdo the payload. You know, that's all I'm trying to do because we've got the morning show producer, Peyton. You know, he thinks he's a host, but he can't control his own segment.
Damn!
So
Holy moly.
we're going to see if this one can go any smoother. So
far, A+.
Mike, shut up. First of all, Mike, be quiet. Yeah. You don't know who Rob Demovsky is.
Either.
And now let me get this Brian
Or
Damaris
Alec Medford.
music in. Or Alec Medford.
He did.
Yeah.
And who knows?
Who knows?
So let me channel in my Brian Damaris here. A little music here for Alec Medford. First of all, you little leprechaun, shut up. You know, you're 5'2". You're 5'2", long red hair, good flow, big glasses, but you're small. No one likes small people. Get out of here. You're overrated tattoos. You get a new tattoo every other week. You pay $500 for it. Get out of here with that. You're not a tattoo guy. You are not him. You are not him. Stick to the weekends. Stick to hosting with the fan phenom, the 8-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, who I love.
Got you down.
You want to be a host, but you're just a producer. You're just, we remember that one clip from the, what was her name, Monse Balanos, I believe, from Fox Sports Radio. Who said,
quarterbacky.
I want my quarterbacks to be quarterbacky.
Well, I want my host to be host. And you're just a producer, little bro. So stick to filling in for the full-time guys.
Whoa.
Let me do my job here.
Damn.
And we'll be seeing you, Alec Medford. Thank you for the content.
Can I ask a question? Where is this all stemming from?
Yeah.
The genesis of the beef.
Yeah, we go back. One day he just said, you're not him. He started calling me Lil Bro. He Lil Bro me.
Who's older?
I am.
Peyton's like 5 years older.
Oh.
Yeah, but he just, with him being a little short, he wanted to come to Big Dog. You don't come to Big Bro like that. But it's like the term Lil Bro, it can really get to you. It's like one of those things that's so small, but it's really offensive. It's like the your mama jokes. It's like, you can't. It's a hard comeback for that. So he Lil Bro'd me. He comes in here every other day and starts, Lil Broing me, and I've had enough of it. And then he decided to take his platform and do what he had to do, and I did not appreciate it.
His platform shoes so that he can stand taller than 5'2". No, you know what I think this comes from is all these Sundays he's had to cover for you taking off Cowboys games. I think he's become a little bitter.
I don't know because I've worked more games than him. It's nice that because here's the thing. Here's where the beef really came from. Okay. So at the beginning of the season, we had to go through what games we wanted to work, Cowboys games. Alec didn't want to work as many. I said, that's fine. I'll work the majority of them. I'm perfectly fine with making a little extra money. I just said, but look, I work morning drive. Show starts at 5:30. Cowboys play a lot of primetime games. Alec, if you could take the primetime games,
Yeah.
just work those. I'm fine with every other game. I'll work the noon games, the 2 noon games we have, and all the 3:30 games. I'll work Christmas Eve, Thanksgiving, the holidays.
Wow.
I thought it would be perfect.
Great deal.
Al goes, okay, yeah, no, I'll think about it. And I walk down and he goes, okay, he's really going to think about it, right? Like he's not going to screw me over like this. He picks 4 games, 2 noon games, 2 3:25 games. All the primetime games back to PayPay. Even the Monday night game.
Because Troy used to take off the morning after working a primetime game, something I think you should remind the bosses of. Troy didn't even come in here for the show.
Yeah, I need that.
After a late night game.
That's different, though. He had to drive in from Rockwall. That's a different.
That's where I'm driving.
No, I know that was the joke.
Well, you missed the joke on that one.
Here was the text message I got.
That's where I'm from.
This is the text message I got while I was walking out of the locker from Washington. Alec Medford, tag Peyton in the post-game emails just to piss him off. He always is like, whenever Alec covers, he's like, make sure to still send all the audio to Peyton, so Peyton like just has to weather the emails.
Is that where the Alec? I can't believe it. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this on the radio because it was in our group chat. But when you said he has to eat dinner, is that why? Is that where that? Because you said he couldn't work because he has to eat dinner.
Yeah, because it always seems like it's an excuse with Alec. Yeah, like because in my part-time days, some of us are now full-time now. But I had to.
How's that insurance taste, Alec?
Yeah, and he's out of college now. He's got nothing. Loser.
Was he invited to the big CEO meeting today?
No, he was not.
Well, there you go. That's how you know you've made it. We got the big staff meeting.
And I'm not sure we're winners in that one.
So like I'd fill in for him. He'd say, I got to have dinner with the family. I go, well, Alec, that's great. I have to have dinner with my family too. But I'm up here working, I'm grinding because I want to make that money. Yeah. I'm trying to get out of my parents' house. You want to stay in your parents' house.
Damn.
So, Alec, look, I love you, Alec. Deep down, I love you, but you crossed the line. You came after the payload here, and look, shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. They came to my defense. A lot of Tolos were in the mentions going after Alec. They came to my defense. I love every single one of you. Thank you for respecting the payload.
Yeah.
But Alec, you stick to the weekends, man.
Yeah.
Just stick to your staple
segments. And that
segments
controlling your own segment shot, was that like at me, like interfering and being control freak?
Ooh,
like,
I don't know. I thought that was just a full shot at like, I don't keep things on track. Maybe it just gets a little haywire a little bit. So
no, I think we're guilty of interrupting you, but
that's fine. If you have something to say, that's what it is. I don't want to talk for just 15 minutes straight. I want everyone included here.
Hey, 972 said at first I was on Alec's side, but Peyton explaining this has me going over to Peyton's side. So Peyton, you're winning people over here.
Right, yeah, 877-881-1053. Whose side are you on? Maybe put up a little poll question. That'll prove Alec wrong a lot.
Yes.
So now we move forward to it's starting to, or it has been cuffing season, and there's a new way to cuff up your lover. And
cuffing?
Cuffing. Mm-hmm. Like lock them up. You want to lock them up. You want to get that title.
You want to know their location.
Status.
Oh, it's called cuffing season.
Yeah. Cuffing season, which is usually around the holidays, which we're a little bit past that. But yeah, around when you want to cuddle. It's getting cold around here. And then Valentine's Day is close, so that could be another cuffing season as well. But guys, it starts at the airport where they call it #AirportCrush. Usually when you go to the airport, you're just throwing on whatever clothes. You're not trying to look impressive or all. You're just trying to get on your flight, get to your destination.
Yeah.
But girls are taking it a different way. They're going through these full TikTok videos of putting on makeup, dressing, like they're going out to the bars on a Saturday or Friday night.
Yeah.
And they want to find their lover at the airport. They think it's a good opportunity to meet someone at the airport. You're waiting on your flight. You're usually there an hour and a half, depending on what your schedule is before your flight. And it's like, what else are you can do? You just kind of sit there and listen to music, or do you want to talk to someone? Because you go to DFW, some of these big airports, they usually have nice bars and restaurants there. It's a perfect opportunity to meet someone and go straight to the bar before your flight.
Choppy, give me the cheapest flight I could buy 3 times a week in order to justify going to sit in the airport bars to pick up women.
Just to sit in the airport lounge?
Just to sit in the airport lounge, or what's the cheapest way I can get that access?
You would want to have a flight that has like a ton of destinations, like routes a day. So Dallas to Houston, Dallas to San Antonio, Dallas to Atlanta, Chicago. There's like 10 flights a day to Chicago, or used to be at least. So you can get those pretty cheap. The Austin ones, the Houston ones on like Southwest. Remember they used to have those $39 one-way tickets? I don't know if they still have those anymore, but you can do something like that.
I think this is brilliant because when you're in the airport bar, you see someone with their family. someone with their spouse. They're going to be sitting there for at least an hour to kill time. Someone needs to make this a TikTok where you've mapped out like the hot spots in Love Field or DFW to go to bar hopping in order to pick up ladies or men. I love it.
Because when I first saw this, I was like, that's a little weird. Do people really want to be bothered at the airport? But then I'm like, man, what a perfect opportunity. You bypass the dating apps, the awkward first dates. You just immediately meet them. Because here's the thing, it's like, especially if it's someone at your gate, you guys are going to the same destination, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, why not start the conversation there? Now, the odds of you sitting by each other on the same flight, a little slim to none, but, you maybe exchange a number, you talk when you get off the flight, because you're going, not every situation is perfect where you go to a destination just to come back home. Not everyone starts home, goes away, then comes back home. So, there's a little, it can backfire a little bit, but it's about meeting the person. Then when you go to your destination, maybe you hang out there, you start the conversation, you get a little closer, you come back, and maybe you can be, a little closer boyfriend-girlfriend material.
So, Sean, like when you talk about like the cheapest flights or whatever, I guess I was thinking about it in a different way. Like you're talking about like actually flying to another destination and ending up on the same flight.
No, I'm not getting on the plane.
I know that's what I'm saying. I was thinking more like what
it's
Sean
a cover charge.
Like
for him.
you book a red-eye flight and you show up at the airport 12 hours early and just kind of like, all right, I'm going to scope out some of these gates and just hang around. Like you could do that and then just cancel the flight or change the flight to a later date and then show up on the airport again that day.
You could sneak into a back room somewhere and
a lounge.
Hang out. A lounge.
I never been in one of those lounges.
I haven't either.
Man, what reaction. Tolo Chris, massive show today. Fear Micah, this in terms of me tweeting payload fire emojis.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Is Alec back in today?
Probably not.
How many more people, by the way, is KMC going to get to co-host? Like, they get Holland for months. Then yesterday, they had a random Tolo bringing in brisket. They just put a microphone in front of his face. Alec has a segment. Carter has a segment. It's just,
it's a tryout, man.
I almost bid on that Peace-a-thon guest host thing because that's the only way that KNC would ever put me on the air.
Stop it.
Yeah, Mike crapping on our guest list. Let's go get the fifth card collector. Let's go get someone who can mint my conditions or whatever the terminology is.
I drew him offside so bad after crosstalk yesterday. He turned around and he's like, okay, I get it. You're being very annoying right now.
About?
He was playing his Willie Mays songs, his old baseball songs, and I was like, Mike, have you ever heard of the Temptations? They got this song called My Girl. You got to hear it. Dude, it's so good. And I just started throwing out random 50 songs at him.
I think, Pepe, that is a nomination for G-Bag of the Day. Little Broing, Alec Medford. Nick Saban, Pete Carroll, and now Bill Belichick are all gone. Is Saban definitely done coaching? What is his legacy? We got to talk about the Cowboys' future schedule as well. And is Stephon Gilmore going to be able to make it work in that sling? Everything you could ever ask for with a loaded Thursday show continues right here on The Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Breaking news everywhere presented by BetQL. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. No reason to go anywhere else. A Green Bay Packer version of high-low that I'm guaranteed to lose at 7:20. Mike Florio on all the news at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg previews Green Bay at 8:40. But the news that came in this morning, Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots mutually agreeing to part ways. Before we move on to the next stop, if there is a next stop for Bill, legacy. And what you think of him, to label him, if you do, the greatest football coach of all time or the greatest NFL coach.
I mean, look, coaches, I think one thing that this is showing is that all coaches are quarterback dependent in some regard. In today's game, now you can go back 100 years or 50 years or even 30 years and it's different. But in today's NFL, all coaches in some regard are dependent on who their quarterback is. Doesn't matter how good you are, doesn't matter how smart you are. If you don't have a quarterback, you can't sustain success. You can win, but you can't sustain success. I've always said I'm not interested in winning a championship. I'm only interested in winning 5. I'm not going to build my team to win 1. That's why you need an elite quarterback. Can Bill win a Super Bowl? Yes. Can he win 7? No, because he needs a quarterback. Now, if he finds another elite quarterback, then he could probably do that. But his legacy is no different than any other coach that doesn't have one or does have one. Is if he's got a quarterback, he's great. And if he doesn't, he's a 4 to 6 win coach.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the same question as, like, it became a question of, like, Kobe, Shaq, and the legacy and who could win one without the other. And so, like, it's been determined at this point. I think it's tarnished him a little bit in the last couple of years because Tom went off somewhere else, won a championship. And so I do think that if he would have retired right after, like, Tom left, then he preserves a lot more of his legacy. Now there's more of a question.
Yeah.
Now we got Jared Sandler in group text, just libeling the man.
Yeah.
And going after him. But I know that there's a sense of from others across the league. As much as Belichick is revered and people love him, there is a sense from other teams around the league that's just like they're tired of hearing about the Patriot way because they think mostly it's a load of BS.
Yeah, Jared was asking Saban or Belichick. I was like, I don't know if you can compare. And he was saying Saban all day. And I was like, well, with Belichick, he created a dynasty with a salary cap league. And Jared's like, yeah, with one quarterback. It is true. If Saban was available, like both guys available today in college, I mean, Saban gets snatched up faster than Belichick in the National Football League. I think.
Because he's the GM. He's picking the players.
That's the perception of it. My recap of Belichick's coaching greatness is, in my mind, it always felt like he was going to know schemes better than you, know the rule book better than you, and just figure it out. He was such a football nerd and football junkie. He was just always 2 steps ahead. That's the way I'm going to remember him, along with the dynasty with a salary cap in New England. I know that he did have Tom, but he still has to get some credit for Tom's growth as well, because we were all thinking Belichick could call all the offensive plays if he wanted to.
Do you think we overrate at all potentially his overall in-game coaching and things like that because there are so many? He knew the books so well. Like, he knew these little like he's like a lawyer who knows the little loopholes, but maybe he's not a great like courtroom litigator, or he's a good one, but we overrate that. Do you think those little things have caused us to elevate his actual in-game coaching to something better than what it was?
Well, don't you get credit for that?
No, I think it is absolutely.
That's why I had such a problem. I didn't have such a problem. That's why I felt a little bit for Dan Campbell, because I felt like he got punished for a Belichick-type loophole that he found. The reason Mike Vrabel really shot up is because he was starting to do some things in games like, whoa, we didn't know that was a rule. That's a Belichick-type thing.
He did it against Bill. It was a clock runoff on a punt or something like that.
So those types of things, in my mind, like fairly or unfairly, like really elevate you as like, oh, you're a coaching genius. You're doing something we never even thought of. The fact that New England would come out and, how many things can you run down? Going to the 2 tight ends, and we're going to have Gronk and Aaron Hernandez. Putting the second corner on the first receiver and doubling the other guy with the safety. That was a whole copycat thing. Yeah. We know we're going to how many things do we attribute to him? We're going to take away your best weapon, period. We're going to run the football 17 straight times. We're going to throw the football 17 straight times. We're going to have this backup special teams player kick.
Didn't they beat Buffalo on the road with 3 pass attempts?
Yeah, now that was obviously that was like a 60 mile per hour wind
but
game.
Still, I mean that was 2021.
Look, I mean,
let me the New York Giant game plan against the Buffalo Bills. All these types of legendary. It's historic. Let me put it like this, and I know we have Mike McCarthy tomorrow at 6:30. In order for the Dallas Cowboys to beat the San Francisco 49ers, it's either going to take some injuries. Chill out, Christian McCaffrey's mom. I'm not calling for it. It would either take some crazy San Fran injury, It would take some crazy, like, early turnovers, like the NFC title game that Jerry said he cried over years ago, or it would take some type of coaching plan that we revere down the road and say, remember when Mike McCarthy did this? Remember when this was the game plan and the strategy? I know that Bill Belichick is capable of that more so than anyone else in the history of the National Football League. That is how I will remember his Patriot run.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, it was a bit of a perfect storm because I know people have this idea of him as just like this brilliant head coach, and he is. He's one of the greatest coaches of all time, if not arguably the greatest of all time. But I think people do forget what you referenced there a little bit. Like, it's so long ago, people forget, like, he was a defensive mastermind. He was the Wade Phillips guy who, it's just, the difference was he had success at that coaching level. He was a huge influence on the other big name yesterday that retired. He was a huge influence on Saban and helping him come into his own. And so I think that it was such a perfect storm where you got that brilliant defensive mind who knew all the little intricacies, and then you just tripped into the greatest quarterback in the history of the game. And when you can combo those two things, and Bill can just control the defensive side, and Tom can control what they do on offense, it added up to all those titles.
And Nick Saban stepping away from Alabama last night. Your thoughts on his place in history?
I mean, his place in history is unparalleled. He is without question the greatest college football coach ever.
If you take the GOAT coaches of each sport, how would we power rank that? Like, is he clear and away the greatest in his sport compared to all the other ones? Because in the NBA, right off the top of my head, you could throw out Pop,
Riley.
Red, Phil. Who'd you say?
Riley.
Riley. College basketball, is it Wooden?
It's K. It's not Wooden, it's K.
Okay.
John Wooden played, no offense, but he played in an era where they had
I was going to say
three
Rick
teams.
Barnes. But
it's not Rick Barnes.
Tennessee.
He's the greatest in Tennessee for sure.
What do you like? What do you prefer? Like, Auerbach was such a like he was a basketball genius. Like, he helped push the game forward and doing stuff like that. Phil Jackson, I think, deserves a ton of credit for being. Obviously, he was the Zen master.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it depends on what you prioritize.
I think the NBA is out. The NBA, it's too close a call.
There's a lot of close ones. It's K in college basketball. It's Saban in college football.
I think baseball is out.
Baseball's
There's
tough.
not a clear
one.
GOAT.
It's probably Scotty Bowman in the NHL.
I'm just trying to think. And Belichick or Saban, who's got the greater GOAT status?
It's more difficult to do what Bill did in the NFL.
Yes.
You know, you can win like college football because it's just about stacking players.
And they keep changing.
And they keep now they do. But like, you know,
well, they still had to graduate.
That is the tough thing that Saban did, is that you've got the changeover. Like, obviously they got their pick of the litter. They always had the most talented players. But Saban was an X's and O's genius who also on the college level for 4 years had that Phil Jackson thing where he had the challenge of taking all these massive egos of these kids who are entitled and I'm the best player that's ever been, and then they show up and it's all these 5 stars and everything else, and he managed those personalities. And not only managed those personalities, got them all to fall in line. There were never straight. So I would put Saban as his accomplishments, I think, are more impressive to me. But I mean, they both do things that are absolutely incredible.
The thing about Bill is, like, you know, not only did he do it in a cap era, all right, he did it basically having to go his entire career up against the other guy who was thought of as the other best quarterback the league's ever seen. Did it
in a weak division, though.
Did it in a weak division, but he still had to go through in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like
the perception is like they own Peyton.
Right. You know, but like he had to go through everybody's at worst third best quarterback in the history of the league. He had to go through that. Saban didn't have to go through that.
Let me throw out some fun possibilities, since I regret not saying on the radio that Saban maybe is tired of coaching. I only texted it during the Rose Bowl. No one has brought up that Saban could go back to the NFL. I'm hearing College Game Day. Seeing a lot of College Game Day stuff that maybe he replaces Corso. So I just want to throw that out there. No Nick Saban in the National Football League. If these guys love each other as much as you see in the documentaries when they sit down with each other, I'm like, yo, man, one of you, let's just team up for another 2 years, and you be my DC and I'll be the head coach. Let's just do it some way. That could be fun.
It'd be fun. I got my chaos carousel of coaches.
Oh, my.
Of where they go. They're not going to go there.
And also,
but I would love it.
G from Jersey said, I know we're talking about Belichick with the Commanders and the Chargers. Don't rule out the Giants.
I got another team in the NFC East for Bill.
Philly.
I mean, if you're Belichick, if they fire Sirianni...
There was a guy on WIP who was going on a rant that they should go and get Belichick to finish that thing
Yeah,
out.
if they fire Sirianni, like, I would make the call, right? He could figure something out with that. It's a good roster.
I mean, yeah, there's chatter this morning about Atlanta. We've heard the Washington talk. I don't know, man. This is, if you're Bill, like, what are you even... What are you working towards anymore? Is it just the ego thing of, like, I got to show I can win one without Tom? Is that what Bill's doing at this
That's
point?
another thing we haven't really thrown out there. Could Belichick just go ahead and step away? Pete Carroll got pushed out. It sounds like in Seattle, everyone is trying to connect Dan Quinn to that job. We'll get to RJ's coaching chaos. Man, I don't know where we have time in this show today. I don't even think we're going to be able to squeeze in Bobby's therapy. That was the thing I was the most excited about.
Yes.
Man, give us an update on Stephon Gilmore, please.
Stephon Gilmore is talking like he's going to play. Now, he did not practice yesterday. That's a day where they give guys a lot of rest, typically. Like Tyron usually doesn't practice on Wednesdays. They'll give rest to various players. Jordan Lewis didn't practice his rest thing. So Gilmore still could have been involved as a rest player just in general, so it probably made it easier for them to make that decision. But he did tell reporters yesterday, hey, I'm going to be out there. I'm going to play. May end up playing with the sling in there that he's going to have to play with, or the harness or whatever it is. But he is going to, he says he'll be out there playing. It's just the question now is how effective can you be? And are you underselling to us how much this potentially limits you? Maybe it's not as much of a big deal. Maybe he does feel like he can play with that. I would imagine the tackling would be the bigger thing. Making a play on the ball potentially could be something, trying to get your hand in there. But, I mean, obviously his hips still work, his legs still work, and so that sort of aspect wouldn't be affected, you wouldn't think.
Can the Dallas Stars play Minnesota all the time?
Long feet ahead, glove down by Marchman. Across for Hansen, he scores! 4-on-4 goal for Rupe Hintz. Dallas lead is now 3-0.
A fresh Spits and Suds has the podcast recap. The Stars beat the Wild 7-2. It's a back-to-back win, this time at the AAC. This was 3-0 going into the third, and then the Stars just exploded. Sagan has scored 6 goals in his last 6 games. Robo continues his hot streak as well. Pavelski scored a goal and skated in his 1,290th game. That moves him up to 8th in games played for American-born players. Suter's 5th on that list. Number 1 American in games played. Any guesses? Ralph James Choppy or Hockey Hamster?
Patrick Waugh. Guy
I
Carbonneau.
don't believe he's American.
Jaromir Jagr.
Don't believe
Kyle
he's American.
Yeomans.
Number 1 in games
Red
played
Wings.
American. Red Wings?
Yeah, that's a hint.
Gordie Howe.
It's not Madonna. I was going
And
to
Montreal.
say Madonna, but not Madonna.
Chris Chelios.
Okay. All right. You know what? That's a good throwback to 1993 Sega Genesis hockey.
That's what you can find in
Yes.
Spits and Suds, available wherever you get your podcast, or 1053thefan.com. Mike Florio won't let Belichick to the Cowboys go. Every other day in my text messages, I said, all right, come on, I'm gonna have to destroy you. I'm gonna have to kill you and tell you why it cannot happen. We'll talk about the coaching carousel with Florio at 8 o'clock, but let's get you ready for Sunday with a Cowboys Packers version of High-Low next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and
expressway.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
4th down and 2. Here's one down the sideline. Pass caught by Des Bryant. They're going to mark him inside the 1. And a brilliant catch by number 88.
After review, it has been determined that the receiver did not maintain possession of the football during the process of the catch.
That was Peyton Russell that played that. No, I was like, play that coming back. I know it stings. I know it hurts. That or the Nelly Cruz play, which one brings more pain to the Metroplex to hear the replay of?
Oh, man.
The audio that shall not be played. Nelly or that? I think it's Nelly.
It's a bigger spot. I mean, the Cowboys had, 4 minutes still? They got the ball again.
I mean, obviously, Cowboys are a bigger brand, so that probably impacts more. But and you also look at the angle from a lot of people probably feel like, well, Rangers have exercised their demons. That's past now. I can move past that. The Dez one, people go, that was Romo's last shot. You ruined it, Dean Blandino. You suck. There's a whole lot of that, I would think about it.
The reason we're playing it, it's Thursday, Expressway. We are commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, will join us then. Babe Laufenberg previews the Packers at 8:40. But here's how we're doing it right now.
Oh, gentlemen. It's the Cowboys Packers this weekend. That way, we're going to go a little back in time, a 2014-2016 playoff edition of Cowboys Packers High-Low. All of these contestants are either former or current Packers and Cowboys that played in the 2014-2016 playoff games. The one in Lambeau and then the one at AT&T Dak's rookie year.
They have to play in both?
No. They could either. And some are still current, some are not.
Very nice.
We'll leave it open to y'all. But we start with the defending champ.
Do you know who it is, Peyton?
It's Bobby Bell.
Sorry, you said the 2-time? No, sir. This is 3 in a row that I've won.
Well, the first one didn't count because I don't think Sean was here for that one. So.
Not accurate.
Oh.
Let's go high, Gene.
Hi.
I was still going back with Green Bay at that point and still weighing my options, but I think we got to a point where I felt like it was a good move for us.
Randall Cobb.
That's a shame. Hate to see it.
That was a tough one. Great choice, but
Cobb wasn't there in 16, was he?
He was there in 14. And 16. He was hurt in 16, I think, but he was there.
Thank you for that name.
Clue number 1, Bobby Bell for 2 points.
Great guess.
Don't get in his way if you're a cameraman, especially after a loss.
Oh, Devontae Adams.
There we go. 2 points.
I was going to say that could be Mike McCarthy.
I didn't know.
Shout out Noah Bullard.
That was a good clue.
Players.
Was it? Clue. Yes. Very good.
So now we go to Sean Sharif.
Let me go high, please.
We really felt like we were playing in the playoffs this month. 4 weeks ago, it was, you felt like if you lost the game, you were going to be out. So now we're just going to keep the same approach we've been having. Put our head down, go to work, attack the team we play, and go play.
There's like static in that.
Yeah, static.
There's a lot of static in that clip.
Yeah.
A little static in that clip. Oh, gosh. Let's go Romo.
Oh! The static helped. You're welcome, Sean.
Yeah, that's what he
3
sounds like
points.
these days with that that pitch. Yeah. Enthusiasm. Totally blind lucky guess.
Sean Sharif takes the lead. Now it's up to RJ Choppy.
All right, I will let's do high, Gene.
You know, there's been, I think, too many little side conversations, and we just need to grow up a little bit on offense and lock in and do our jobs,
Aaron
everybody,
Rodgers.
and not point fingers at each other, and it's everybody.
Man.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. Cake.
That's
Bobby
right,
Bell
baby.
is in last place.
That's right.
I see what you did here. You gave the quarterbacks to Sean and RJ when we all have heard them speak a million times over, and you gave me Devontae Adams.
There was no way to tell that was Romo. That was Aaron Rodgers.
That was definitely Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That's right, Peyton. Right. You tell him.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, last place. Let's go.
All right, so I can get a built-in excuse if I lose. Let's go low.
You know, just to come in and contribute to the team as much as I can. I mean, I don't have too much on a personal level, but, you know, as a rookie, I just want to come in and be able to contribute.
Tough.
Zach Martin.
No Zach Martin. That's okay. We give you clues, Bobby, on this show. First clue for 2 points. No pun intended, a big part of the offense who crushed Bobby's heart in college.
No.
Matt Flynn.
No.
I'm not giving the name if I don't have to.
Yeah. Clue number 2 for 1 point. Overweight issues were a problem for this running back during his short NFL
Eddie
career.
Lacy.
There we go, Bobby.
And the college tie-in was
Alabama. Because he was on the
championship.
national championship team. But that was more just Alabama playing dirty and knocking out Colt McCoy. So
Ooh.
We're tied across the board.
Screw you, Saban. I'm glad you're retiring.
Let me go low. Pay.
That wasn't where I wanted to be. So went home from there. But, you know, I've still been working out, still wanted to play. Reached out to Brandon. You know, I didn't like the way things ended here.
Dang. Reached out to Brandon. You know who it is?
I think so.
Mason Crosby.
Clue number 1 for 2 points. Too much sauce made him likable during his time in Dallas.
Cole Beasley.
There we go. 2 points for Sean.
Did you know it was Cole?
No.
Oh.
Did not even have Cole in the mind.
Awesome rapper.
Yeah. It's a good song.
Yeah.
He had
Great
one,
lyrics.
one good song.
80
All right.
Stings. You had that on repeat.
Did.
5-3-3. Choppy for the lead.
Let's go high, Gene.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good week, but, you know, consistency is the name of the game in the NFL. One game is going to win you the Super Bowl. We got a long road ahead of us. We're just getting up for week 2 now.
No way. These are the ones he somehow pulls out of his ass. No way.
Des Bryant.
Oh.
I like it, Peyton.
That's okay. Clue number 1.
Look how consoling he is to Choppy when he gets it wrong.
It's okay, Chop. It's okay. Be happy. Catching Hail Marys and touchdowns from both of these teams.
Hail Marys and touchdowns from both of these teams.
Bobby.
All right. Randall Cobb.
There we go.
There we go.
2
See,
points.
that was
also an easy ass clue.
That was.
You had
suck,
you
Bobby.
had
I
it.
don't think of Randall Cobb as a Hail Mary catcher.
He never would have gotten that if not for yours. I don't blame you. You had a really good guess, but no way he would have gotten
I
that.
had him written down.
Well, you wouldn't have said
In
it.
Detroit, I believe one of those crazy games, Rodgers threw up a Hail Mary pass and Cobb came down with it. So that's
One of the
for
like
Hail Mary.
6 Hail Mary touchdowns Rodgers has thrown.
All right, Bob, you can still take the lead here. Down 2.
Hi, jerk.
I don't think I am, but it's the plays being called, and I love this offense. I love playing with these guys, and just how it is. I knew what I was coming in here to do. I knew that I was going to be the guy.
Tough.
Jordy Nelson.
Ooh.
Don't give a name.
Good.
Oh,
I needed a 3-point. I had to throw it out if it
Don't
was
give
there.
him a name.
Clue number 1, Bobby. He was born in the Sin City, but it was a big sin when he left Dallas for filthy.
DeMarco Murray.
We're tied across the board.
Nice,
Which
but
means
Bobby's
nothing
done.
because I've had 3 turns.
Cowboys Packers version of high low. Here we
That is the most pathetic gritty I've ever seen in my
I
on God.
I have
On
headphones
God,
on.
Twin.
I
Sound
can't
business.
do it. I have 2 feet to work with here.
All right, let me go. Hi.
A vet presence that you can't coach. Just knowledge of the game. Great route running, great speed, great timing. A lot of the guys looked up to Jordy, and he played a huge role in our offense.
Greg Jennings.
No, Greg. No Greg.
He broke his leg.
Shut up.
Clue number 1. Letting him cook in the playoffs cost the Cowboys a spot in the NFC title game.
Oh, man. Wow.
I don't overthink this. Letting him cook in the playoffs Jermichael Finley?
It's not.
You both know it?
Peyton, you should be
Clue number
fired
2.
from this
Hey,
game.
turn off your mic, Bobby. You're eliminated. Stop talking.
I just got it wrong.
I'm not Alec Medford. Watch it.
Clue number 2 for 1 point. 3rd and 20. Never hurt so bad after he made this catch at AT&T Stadium.
Oh, God. I see it.
This is such a choke.
I see it.
Buzz him.
The tight end.
Buzz him.
Mercedes Lewis.
Jared Cook.
You literally put Cook in the clue.
Yeah.
You gave his name in the clue. That is cheating.
That's a bad clue.
That's a good clue.
No,
Cook, but
you
Cook,
can't put
that's
someone-
relatable.
It's not.
That's what Troy would do. Shut up.
Troy would not
He
have
would.
done that. Troy
Oh, I'm
would
going to
have
go
done
back and get segments now.
Jared Cook.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
gonna work. Yeah, Jared Cook. He caught the 3rd and 20 pass.
He caught the
Yeah,
one on
along
the
the
sideline.
after David Irving was held, and they didn't call that, just like they haven't called it for Micah Parsons.
All right. Go
All right,
ahead.
Chop.
Let's go
Chop,
low,
who win?
Gene.
I mean, I sign hundreds of autographs, but I can sign autographs when I want to. That's my choice. But other than that, let's just leave it where it's at. The kid will be okay, trust me.
Julius Peppers.
Oh, not Julius. Clue number 1 here. Being a star for a while and also an original hot boy.
DeMarcus Lawrence. That's right, baby. That's ball game.
Lawrence.
That's right.
And there's your winner. It's not Bobby Bell.
I'm running this again next week.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I was hoping for that.
By the way, we got the possible invite for the game last
Yes,
night,
we did. Well, we did.
and we both turned it down.
Oh, really?
Both turned it down.
Did you got to work the game like me?
Yeah, I got the kiddos this weekend.
But the great Bennett Glazer sent the video clip. Not happy about this. Whoever ratted us out over there sent the video clip of me saying, you got to turn down the first game so we don't look desperate so that we get the second game. Bennett sends that clip. And I was like, Yeah, well, I was just joking, but I didn't want to appear devious.
Right.
Because I told you it was like 60-40. I wasn't going to get the tickets if they were offered because it's just too much. First off, you can never watch the game the same as at home, and we got to talk about it the next day. I don't want to miss the end of the early game. I don't want to miss the beginning of the late game and getting out of that traffic. So I was like, no thanks, Mr. Glazer. Really appreciate it. Choppy said he had the kids, but then he followed up and said, oh, I did hear Bobby talk about going.
Yeah.
I heard Bobby throw it in at the end. You didn't.
You didn't.
Oh,
Peyton
liar.
did.
I did.
Peyton did the kiss-up attempt, and Bobby got the credit for it with Bennett Glazer.
Poor thing.
My life is a nutshell, man.
You know,
never
he would
catch a break
he would have remembered Alec Medford if he said it.
It'd be
No, he
great
wouldn't.
if Alec got the offer.
Oh
for the
gosh,
tickets.
please.
Please don't do that.
Are you shocked? Do you think this is disgraceful not to be going to the game with the awesome tickets and setup?
Yeah, I would now. I mean, I'd have to have Alec cover for me, which he probably wouldn't on Sunday. So, I would have to turn down the offer as well. But Mr. Glazer, maybe a divisional round offer would be appropriate. Maybe I could.
Would be appropriate. My goodness.
I would make room to go there.
That's what RJ wrote back. He's like, "No, I can't do it, but we'll take round 2.
We'll take round 2. I got the kids this week. I don't have next weekend, so we'll go then.
So
Yeah, you do have to state it as got the kids this weekend so that you can throw it out there just in case he goes, well, I do have 2 extra tickets. And they go, oh, okay, well, then I can bring them. That's why you got to say why you can't go.
They're banned. They're banned. They're bad. They're bad sports fans.
After you missed the end of the Cleveland game?
They don't want to stay. They always want treats.
it's free. It's all.
Well,
it's
that's
all
fair.
free.
That's
you
fair.
said they always want to stay.
They don't want to stay.
Oh, they don't want to.
They don't want to stay the whole game. They're not cheering. I don't know. I don't think they appreciate it as much as they should.
I got some.
They're banned.
I got some awesome odds coming in for this game and the wild card round in general from Bet Online. What will be shown first? Mike McCarthy, Green Bay Super Bowl, or the Dez catch? What will be shown by Fox first?
McCarthy.
McCarthy is the favorite. Good job. Minus 200. Dez Bryant, no catch at plus 150. Will a wild card team make the Super Bowl?
No.
No is the heavy favorite, minus 300. Will a wild card team win the Super Bowl? Obviously, it's going to be even heavier on no. Total wild card teams to win in wild card weekend. The over/under is 2.5.
2.5?
Yep.
Oh, I'll take the I'll take the
Under's
under.
the favorite.
No, the over/under is just 2.5. So
Under.
you bet over
Under.
under. I don't have the result.
I'm saying
for
I'm
it.
betting under.
Oh, it doesn't say. There's not one that's more heavily favored than the other.
Right.
Oh,
It's just setting the over/under at 2.5. Both of you agree it's under?
Yes.
Okay. What will be shown first, Taylor Swift or Tyreek Hill with the Chiefs?
Oh, Tyreek Hill with the Chiefs.
Tay-Tay.
Tay-Tay. Should be shown pregame for crying out loud.
What will be shown first, Stafford with the Lions, Jared Goff with the Rams?
Stafford with the Lions.
Stafford with the Lions is a slight favorite. Which will be higher, Joe Flacco's longest completion or his age, 39?
Ooh,
Wow,
that's
a
a good one.
Completion.
Did you see his quote the other day?
No.
He's like, if I messed up in high school, I could have been dad to some of these guys I'm teammates with now here in Cleveland. I'm going to say his age will be higher.
No, Choppy's right. It's the longest completion, barely, at minus 150. Grand salami, total points scored. Whatever, I don't care. Most points scored by any team, the over-under is 42. The highest margin of victory, the over-under is 21.5.
21.
Will there be a walk-off?
Can you do something for me?
Will there be a walk-off win? No is the slight favorite. Will there be more close games or blowouts?
Define close game.
Yeah, how
I
do
guess
they
is the
define
question.
that?
Blowout is 10 points or more. Close game is 3 points or less.
Oh, man.
Blowouts.
Blowouts is the answer. Will any team get shut out? Minus 4,000 is no.
Ooh, that's a value bet with Pittsburgh
That's
in
a
a
value
game
bet.
against Buffalo.
Will any team score a defensive or special teams touchdown?
I mean, Deron Bland's playing this weekend, yes.
I would say, yeah, there's going to be one this week.
Yes is heavy favorite, minus 600. Will any non-quarterback throw a touchdown pass this weekend?
Who else coaching this weekend? McDaniel, Reed, yes.
Yeah, you might see one.
No, yeah, it's
heavy
probably not fair. What's the yes? How much is that?
Plus 300, 3-1. A non-quarterback to throw a touchdown pass, long odds of that. What's the highest scoring game going to be?
Lions, Rams.
Yes, Lions, Rams, then our game, then Browns, Texans. Which one has the least opportunity?
Pittsburgh.
Lowest scoring
Buffalo,
game.
Pittsburgh.
Buffalo, Pittsburgh, then Miami, Kansas City, weather, Philadelphia, Tampa Bay. Most passing yards this weekend. What quarterback?
Dak.
It is.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, followed by Matt Stafford, Jared Goff, then Flacco. Most receiving yards is CD. Most rushing yards, Kieran Williams.
What are the odds on Stroud?
CJ Stroud is 8-1 for most passing. He's like 7th on the list.
That might not be bad value, Chop. He's a big volume thrower.
So there you go.
He is.
Will Nick Sirianni be head coach of the Eagles the start of next year?
Yes is a heavy favorite.
Yes is a small favorite.
Oh.
Minus 200. Eagles coordinator futures. Offensive coordinator only returns. D coordinator only. Neither return. Both return.
Which D coordinator? Are they saying Desai or are they saying Patricia? Neither return.
Neither
return is the favorite at minus 300 for the Eagle coordinators. Let's get to the neighborhood watch in the Express.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
All right, I need you guys on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. I want to know, are you doomsday prepping for this freeze that's going to hit us next week, this deep freeze where we're talking about things getting into single digits potentially in some of the rural areas? Are you prepping? And what's in your prep basket? What are you going to get? Are you going to get firewood? Are you stocking up on toilet paper? You want to avoid a COVID issue? You going to get like a little kerosene lamp or something for when ERCOT inevitably falls apart? Let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. ERCOT did issue a weather watch yesterday ahead of this Arctic cold front. So they are basically telling everybody, hey, look, I know A couple years ago when we had the Valentine's Day freeze out. I don't know what we're actually calling that. What were we calling that? Ice-mageddon? Snowmageddon?
Yeah, Ice-mageddon.
Ted Cruz vacay.
Yeah, yeah. Cruise on the beaches of Mexico or whatever. So they are issuing a warning that says, hey, y'all watch the grid. It's really dicey here. And I'm stunned that they honestly weathered, get it? I'm stunned they weathered the issue last time.
Yeah.
I'm even more stunned that they've been brazen enough to like 2 or 3 other times go like, hey guys, you might knock off the entire power grid again. It really is like kind of a sensitive thing if you start trying to make sure that your home is above freezing.
Well, my guy Earl came out yesterday and waterproofed the pool, so I'm good there. And Mr. Electric, our brand new sponsors of Meat Church Wednesdays.
Oh, Matt Pittman.
That announcement with the official time next week. Meat Church Wednesdays brought to you by Mr. Electric. They did want me to pass along, and this is something my dad has been on me over for years, and I have to get this for the next house that we're moving into. I gotta get a generator installed. I have to, especially with another little one coming. But it sounds so pricey, but Mr. Electric wanted me to pass along. They will hook up your generators for you if you want to hit them up. Mr. Electric Dallas or Mr. Electric Fort Worth. But man, that's one of my white whales getting a generater. Really is.
Show whales.
You can get a small one for
see them at Costco, what, $800?
Yeah. $500 to $800 depending on what you get.
Now, because I just need like the living room, like 2 rooms.
Yeah, you would get
the whole
electrician.
house.
They would hook up to the breaker, and you can, like my neighbor Brad. He had when that freeze hit a couple years ago, we all lost power for 4 days. He had the generator. He hooked it up himself that morning, and the lights worked and the coffee machine worked, and that was about what he wanted to be able to get out of it.
Dude, I remember that was. I got stuck in Irving at my other job. I got stuck over there, and they had a generator, which was great. We were able to kind of all huddle up over there. But I remember 3 days later when we found a Pizza Hut that was open, and one of the guys was like, I'll go out there, I'll drive. Like, it really felt like zombie apocalypse or something.
Something Brian Broaddus would do.
Yeah, like you're going to I will go travel to the FEMA camp to see if I can retrieve food for us, sustenance. That was like, I just remember thinking that was that was a brutal time.
But I never have to go out and get. I mean, I have so much in the freezer, so much crap in the pantry. I'm not worried about that. I guess toilet paper I need to be on the lookout for.
817 says he's in the propane business and his phone has not stopped ringing recently. So people are blowing him up. A lot of people here are saying they've got the generator, they've invested in that, they've made sure to have it so they're there. Wow. A lot of people saying firewood. 817 says firewood and bourbon. We got a lot of people saying batteries, food, water, toilet paper from the 817. So people are out there throwing into their basket. For me, it would just be liquor and flashlights probably.
Do you have a gas fireplace?
You got my fireplace on.
That's right.
You told me how to do
right.
it.
Yeah.
Choppy's like, yeah, just go in there, mess with the battery. I'm like, the battery?
The battery.
In the fireplace, and it works.
Yeah, as long as your flames work, as long as you have gas and the gas line's not froze, which shouldn't be, you could be good to go. You don't even need the switch. Use the battery.
So how bad is it supposed to get?
Single digits.
It's not expected to be as bad as Snowman. I guess people on the fan text are saying it was nicknamed Dalaska and Snowvid 21.
Okay.
Snowvid I like.
Snowvid was it.
Snowvid is very good.
Will we be doing one more odd? Will we be doing any show from home next week?
Ooh, I'm gonna say that minus 4,000. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Now we did them from home.
We did.
Right, correct.
We did them from home that time.
We did them from home like a year ago.
Yeah, and it turns into like a war up here, like a battle. Like, you get mad because at 4 a.m. you can't see if there's ice out. It's like, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there was nothing on the road. Well, sorry. I didn't have my freaking Inspector Gadget light on to be able to go and check.
Because you don't know what time to wake up. You have no idea what time to wake up. Like, if I wake up at a normal time and I wake up and, oh my God, there's ice in the ground.
Yeah.
I'm going to be late.
I love how everyone up here is like, I didn't see, there was no ice. I drove in with the sun up. Yeah, it's a little different at 4 and 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not dying for you. And,
Although
especially during the holiday book.
You did drive. You did drive in last year. Chop and I were home and you drove in.
No, we stayed home. Of all the years, we stayed home and did the show on a Friday, and it was like nothing on the road. And, of course, Goody Two Shoes Troy came in. made the rest
did.
of us look bad, and I felt a guilt trip.
It was there.
But is it supposed to be snow or ice?
I don't think so.
No, this is just supposed to be incredibly cold.
Okay,
so they're
fine.
worried about people stressing the grid by turning up their heaters and everything else, and then you take the thing down. Another issue. This was wild to me. I saw this yesterday from News 4 in San Antonio. So there are like 29 million people in the state of Texas.
Well,
18 million of them are licensed drivers. Okay? The state of Texas is...
There's only 11 million people in Texas under the age of... I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
16. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, Peyton's generation isn't having kids. They're populating here. You're getting all these California hippies coming in. You know, this is what you get. 600,000 Texas drivers right now. That's 1 out of every 30 drivers in the state of Texas are unable to renew their license at the moment because they have unpaid traffic tickets. Wow. And so the state
if you
of Texas...
have one unpaid, you can't do it?
It is a new policy from the state of Texas where they are not allowing people with unpaid traffic tickets to renew their driver's license. And this News 4 in San Antonio had said that it's 100,000 people in San Antonio that are dealing with it. And they had spoke to one woman, Carla, who she got a speeding ticket in 2017. It was for $513. It does not say why she didn't pay it or whatever else. But now with late fees and not showing up to court and everything else, in order to get her license renewed, she's going to have to pay off her balance of $6,331.
What?
We are up to a 40%. This is fantastic. We are up to a 40% chance of ice on Sunday. 29 degrees is a high, and then Monday it continues 25 degrees.
That's not good.
I thought you were fist pumping because you were checking that you had 0 in unpaid parking tickets.
I don't get parking tickets.
I'm gonna have to drive back from Arlington.
Any tickets though, right?
Yeah, any ticket would be that.
Yeah, unpaid traffic tickets. They will not let you renew your license until it's paid.
Does that seem like a fair deal?
Yeah, it's how they get you to.
I know that's how they do it. Is it fair?
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's fair.
There are a lot of but they are saying that what this does is that it puts the argument that's out there. They talked to one attorney, Jerry Goldstein, and he had said that typically the people who are not paying traffic tickets are young, poor, disadvantaged, and then if you're taking away their ability to get their license, and then they're maybe like scared to drive, and then they can't commute to work, like it creates more snowball issues on top of it, a policy like this.
That's why you got to take your parents to work like yesterday.
Yeah. Exactly.
In the expressway. You better be careful driving back from that game if that weather report
I know,
is
because
true.
it's a 3 o'clock kick. I'm going to be back there. I got to hang around for post game. 9 o'clock at night. Brian will want to record too. Like I'm going to have to
From the
race
stadium?
home on the ice.
Messy.
Yeah,
I mean, then if that's the issue, then make fines on a sliding scale. So Mark Cuban, his 10 miles over the speed limit fine is more than mine.
You want to?
That's not fair.
Or just like
Well,
I would say,
I mean,
like shouldn't this policy apply to just egregious offenders? Like if you've got like a regular old ticket, like I would.
No, pay it. Pay what you owe. That's how they get you to do it.
Broadus would cover it for him.
Yeah,
right.
There is news. So yesterday, they finally at the Sandman Hotel in Fort Worth were allowing people to come in and like pick up their stuff when they had to evacuate. What's odd is we're still here on Thursday now, and as of yesterday, they still didn't really have an explanation for what happened. It's been a discussion that they say it was I think they said it was some people speculated kitchen gas leak and that there was an explosion there, but there's no official word yet as to what exactly happened. They started cleanup yesterday. People were able to go in there, get some stuff, but it's also changing up plans for Fort Worth. So they had some upcoming parades and stuff like that that were supposed to go by the hotel. Now they're having to change all that up because they're just having to like block off that area and figure everything out while they investigate.
I have not been down there obviously since.
You haven't entered Sandman?
I have not entered Sandman.
I stole your joke from the text.
That's okay.
What was the final injury count on
I mean,
that?
last I saw was around 22.
But no one died?
I have not seen that anyone died in any of these
There
stories.
was one person in.
Do not play the Jason Kidd drop. This is not the time.
There was
not the time. I saw you move back there, and I was like,
it was podcast.
Don't do it.
There was one person in critical that I saw.
Okay.
I don't know what has come of that.
Here is this is just an example of like, don't be, and I understand you're asking a lot of young individuals, but just do the right thing. Don't do stupid S when you're young. Don't worry about the consequences of getting in trouble. Do the right thing over that, because now there is a man who is being charged with manslaughter after a North Texas teen last week died from injuries that she sustained in a gasoline explosion. So this is a young woman by the name of Madison Lewis, 17 years old. And last week, they were out at a fire pit at this house in Jacksboro. And they had like a little, one of those little like oil containers, the little metal containers that people have fires out of that they all gather around.
It's like a big trash dump.
So so this 23-year-old guy walks up behind them. His name's Sebastian Lindsay, and decides he wants to make the flames bigger. So he throws a can of gasoline into the fire while this girl's standing next to her.
That sounds like a good
Her
idea.
hair catches fire. She gets burns on 90% of her body.
God.
And what is their reaction? We can't call 911.
No.
There's underage drinking here. Can't do it. So instead what they do is they kind of work together an action plan, delay treatment, delay getting her there. They then drive her in a private car and just drop her off and head back, and she just passed away the other day in the hospital. And so now this guy, the charges for this guy, Sebastian Lewis, who threw the gasoline in it, he's now being charged with manslaughter. Yeah.
Where was this?
This was in Jacksboro. So that's a little west of Fort Worth.
A while ago, I was talking to a nurse, a doctor about, they have a lot of fentanyl reactions at hospitals, and they were saying like most of the time we can cure you. They have that Narcan or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason that so many people die from it is, one, they don't know what they're doing, but two, they're scared to call the police.
Yeah.
So they don't call 911 and they let the person just sit there and there's nothing they can do. You get brain damage, whatever. But if you call the police and initially, like, there's a chance, or the medical, there's a chance they survive. But if you delay it, and just like this, they're scared to do it, they won't do it, and that's what happens.
Feels like some Murdoch stuff right there.
If you are in the Dallas, Plano, Frisco, or Rowlett area, and you still need to get your prep, you didn't do your prep and you get iced in and the grid goes down, you still have a saving grace. Drone deliveries from Walmart. So Walmart is servicing drone deliveries right now in those areas, and they expect to continue to expand that. By the end of 2024, they say that 75% of people in the DFW Metroplex will be able to be reached by drone delivery. So I was thinking about this. I don't think I'd trust a drone delivery. It's not the same as like a self-driving car, which I would never get in, especially after seeing the show Upload, where somebody was murdered with a self-driving car. But it is something where it's like, how do I know that thing's not just going to fall out, or that they drop it off at the wrong spot and then I'm going to be annoyed? I wouldn't want to mess with that.
I have zero hesitation about it.
I bet you'd love it, like, because you could just you wouldn't have to go out, you wouldn't have to do anything. You could just sit back, wait.
Well, it's just being air delivered to my house versus car deliver.
Yeah.
Right?
Safer.
Plus, I mean, where you
faster, should be faster, no traffic, no issues.
You think so?
I don't have to sit there and. But what happens?
The drone doesn't need the police escort to your neighborhood.
But what about the insurance? Like with these things falling, getting hit, the package falling out. Like, what's the liability on that?
And how many times
how do you prove it?
And how many times have we said, like, there have been these stories out there? I'm wondering if Walmart's on this. You've seen these stories too of people just being like, privacy issues, like people will shoot down drones if they're just flying over or whatever else. Like, how do you know? I wonder if Walmart's running into that issue.
Nice addition of the neighborhood watch from Roberto during the commercial-free expressway. What a perfect day for Mike Florio to come on. Bill Belichick leaving the Patriots. You got Belichick, Saban, and Pete Carroll out. What about Tomlin? What about Bowles? And why won't he stop talking about the hoodie to Dallas? Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What a picture-perfect day to have on our guy Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of America's team with all the news breaking. Yesterday it was Pete Carroll, then Nick Saban stepping away, and this morning Bill Belichick and the Patriots are going to part ways after 24 seasons. Let's talk about it with the author, by the way, of Father of Mine. We've talked about it before. It's a mob novel, Father of Mine, available on Amazon for ebook at only $3.99. Good morning, Mike. You been busy?
A little busy. You know, I think we're going to look back on this week as one of the most impactful, memorable, and historic that we've ever seen. With all these big-name coaches, Mount Rushmore type figures in the profession, available, retiring, fired, whatever. So many vacancies, so much activity, so many moving parts, and still there might be more. There might be more. You know, some people think Mike Tomlin might decide he's had enough in Pittsburgh. I think we should all be keeping an eye on the possibility of Andy Reid retiring in Kansas City when their playoff run's over. The Buccaneers could move on from Todd Bowles if they lose on Monday night. Nick Sirianni seems to be in quicksand, and if they want to upgrade, there's plenty of guys out there that they could hire in this cycle. So it's been crazy, and it could get even crazier.
Where do you think Belichick ends up, or who do you think is really interested in him?
Well, we've seen multiple references to the Falcons. I was told over the weekend that Josh Harris, the Commanders owner, is enamored with the idea of Belichick being the coach of the team. Now, Harris is setting up this committee approach that might make it difficult to come to that conclusion, especially if Belichick wants power over personnel and they want to have a bunch of different people. And if you've got, like, the owners seem to be more involved there, the limited partners who in other teams, you know, yeah, they own a little piece of the team, but they really don't have a voice. Magic Johnson has 4% of the team, and it seems like he's got a lot more than 4% of the voice. And I just don't know that that's a place where Belichick would actually want to go. And what I said on halftime of the Bills-Dolphins game Sunday night on NBC, I think this is very important. And we've talked about this before. Don't get caught up in all the non-playoff teams that are out there with vacancies. There are 14 teams left. 13 of them will eventually lose. And all it takes is one of them to say, we've got everything we need except a high-end coach. And you know the old Bill Parcells saying, if you want me to cook the meal, let me shop for the groceries. If you could give Bill Belichick a fully stocked kitchen with gourmet options, you don't need to shop for the groceries. The groceries have been bought. All you got to do is cook the meal.
I was not buying. I went back and listened to him in the presser say he's even willing to cede personnel control. I thought that was just a company line. I'll do whatever it helps, whatever it takes to have the Patriots win. Did you buy it? And what do you think's more important for Bill with the next stop, personnel or quarterback?
Well, you got to have a quarterback if you want to compete. Now, it can't be all about the quarterback. It can't be only the quarterback. And look at the teams that get it skewed, where it's all about the quarterback and there isn't enough help around the quarterback. You got to have a team. And from that team emerged Tom Brady. The second run of the dynasty, it was more about Brady and it was more skewed to the offense. But I think he just wants as much as he can get. He wants the best possible team. That's why there are so many people, and this was quiet a few weeks ago, and it's getting louder. More and more people are onto it. Jerry Jones added some fuel to it, and I heard him on your show Tuesday trying to blame the media for mischaracterizing the words that came out of his mouth.
Man.
That's not a us problem, Jerry. That's a you problem.
Thank you.
I know you can't say that, but I can. But
I did yesterday.
But look, well, you can't say it when he's on. But
yeah,
wait till he hangs up.
Yeah.
But it just makes too much sense. If Mike McCarthy makes the kind of boneheaded mistake that we saw the Week 17 game, Saturday night, throwing the ball on 2nd and 15, giving the Lions enough time to drive down the field and score the touchdown that would have won the game, but for the whole 2-point conversion fiasco, that's the kind of thing that if he does it in the playoffs and they lose, he's done. Quite possibly. Based upon what Jerry said and based upon the availability of Bill Belichick, it's quite possibly going to be the end for Mike McCarthy because there is a clear opportunity to upgrade to a guy that can give Jerry what he's been chasing since 1995.
All right, let's get into this now. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, had the column yesterday. A Jerry Jones-Bill Belichick partnership is not as crazy as it sounds, and I'll needle Mike, and I'll be texting him back and forth. No chance, not happening. Then Peter King, your colleague, comes out and suggests the same thing. Here's my counter to what you've been writing and saying with Belichick's effusive praise of the Cowboys and the Joneses. He does that with every team every week in a preview in his press conference. This is the greatest defense. This is the greatest player. He praises everyone through the roof.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. You're wrong. And I read all of his press conferences. Most of them are grunts and farts and belches, okay? He goes on and on. Every time it's time to play the Cowboys, he goes on and on about how much respect he has for Steven and Jerry. On and on. Did it in 23 when they played, did it in 2019 when they played. And when he did it this year, people in New England in the building noticed. They noticed it. It was conspicuous. So people there think he's going to go to Dallas if McCarthy doesn't last. And, the lazy take that I hear from so many people, and I don't want to say it's lazy, it's just kind of misinformed because you don't follow it closely enough. The obvious take is they would never get along because Bill would want to run everything and Jerry's not going to give up being the GM. When you see the things that Belichick says, it's clear he's fine with them being the ones that set the table. He respects what they've done in personnel. He respects what they've built. It makes, when you see what he said, it makes it more likely, not less likely, that they would all get together and they would find a way to get it done. And the fact that Bill Parcells went there at one point, I mean, there's some deep-seated stuff between Parcells and Belichick, and Parcells didn't succeed ultimately. I mean, he was okay, but they never went to a conference championship game. If Belichick could do in Dallas what Parcells failed to do, like he did in New England what Parcells failed to do, that's another big feather in Bill Belichick's cap. So there's a lot of reasons to take this seriously.
Here's a local tie-in that the national people, may not know. You'll know it, but I don't know how many people on the networks. Belichick coming here may cost them Will McClay. And they treat, and I think view Will like a family member. How much of an impediment do you think that would be? Or Bill would want to work with Will McClay. I don't know if it would be vice versa, given Belichick's personnel history, whether Will and his scouting department would want to work with them.
Well, I think that this is the perfect opportunity for Bill Belichick to slip out of the I have to run everything mode and just coach the team. When there's a structure that's already in place that supplies him with personnel, if he can just spend all of his efforts and energies game planning, breaking down film. He's still one of the best who have ever done it at X's and O's and game day coaching. It's one of the reasons why it's not easy for the Patriots to move on from him. What he does well, he does incredibly well. It has just gotten to the point where the weaknesses were glaring. They were getting worse. The innovations, resistance to change, staff too small, doesn't trust enough people. That dragged them down. And the thing that I think really poisoned the relationship was the decision to make Matt Patricia the offensive coordinator last year when he'd been a defensive coach all of his career. That was a mistake, and I think everyone saw it going in, and it blew up in Belichick's face, and that, I think, was the thing that made this year inevitable. And if you can just take all that stuff off the table and let him coach, if you give him a good team and let him coach, he could probably coach them better than anyone else and take them farther. If I was a Cowboys fan, I would be very excited about the possibility of getting Bill Belichick. And that's nothing against Mike McCarthy. I mean, it's kind of like we got the best of both worlds here. Let's see how this Super Bowl potential run goes. Let's see how far we go into the postseason. And if it fails, then maybe next year it's Bill Belichick.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us here, 105 through the Fan.
And you don't have to deal anything now to get him, right?
No, there's no compensation.
Yeah.
Why did Seattle want Carroll out?
Well, I think that, and if you listen to the press conference and read between the lines, I don't know that John Schneider staged a coup. I just think that ownership decided it was time to pivot away from Carroll and let Schneider kind of run the football operation and be the one to go out and hire a new coach. And the big takeaway for me from this is Jody Allen, who inherited the team from her brother Paul and is supposed to sell it at some point and donate the proceeds to charity, I don't think she's selling anytime soon. And there's no specific deadline by which she has to sell. I just thought they'd ride it out with Pete Carroll until they sold the team. Because good luck finding a great coach to come take that job if you're going to sell in the next year or two, which is theoretically possible. Once we get past May of this year, it's theoretically possible to sell the team because they wouldn't have to give 10% of the proceeds to the state of Washington. Well, if I'm a good coach, I don't want to go into a spot where I get Ron Rivera. We saw it happen to him twice in Washington and in Carolina before that. I want to know that ownership is going to be the same for 5, 7, 10 years. And this tells me that ownership isn't changing and they're going to be able to go out and they've got the money to spend. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want in a coach and who they're able to get. But that's a great place with winning traditions, Super Bowl trophy, incredible fan support, and a pretty good roster. Even though they didn't make the playoffs this year, they almost did. And, they're in a position where I think they're attracted to some of these coaches who have options. You got coaches who have options and you have coaches who don't have options. You always want to hire a coach who has options.
So Quinn, shortlist favorite, is that how do you see that happening?
I don't know. Look, one of the things about a guy who becomes a general manager who's fully in charge, John Schneider's been around the league for 20-plus years. He's been carrying around a list and compiling a list because they don't just scout players, they scout coaches. He's got a list of the coaches he would want to work with if and when he's got the power to hire a coach. And he doesn't advertise that list. He doesn't post it on social media. But he knows what he wants. He knows who he wants. And a lot of times what we see when a team fires its coach, they look for somebody who's the exact opposite. So tenured former head coach, they've done that a couple of times. They've done that 3 straight times with Mike Holmgren and then Jim Mora, the younger, and then Pete Carroll. There may be a coordinator out there that John Schneider has a high opinion of, that he believes based on everything he's seen during his time in the NFL, this is somebody who can step into the job of head coach, which is fundamentally different skill set, different communication requirements, different relationship requirements, different everything. But he may have gleaned something from one of these coordinators that he says, this guy's a potential star. This is my next coach. And that's the guy that he goes and gets. So I think, there's the question of who would want that job. But the first question is, who does John Schneider have on that list that he's put together while he scouted coaches at the same time he was scouting players?
What openings are you the most sure of with the next fit, if any?
What do you mean?
Like the openings, do you tie a name to it where you're like, this is definitely happening? Like everyone's saying Vrabel, New England?
No, because there may be more openings. That's why I was confused by the question. because there are other jobs that may come open. We got 25% of the league currently in play. There's chatter that maybe Mike Tomlin's done in Pittsburgh, not because they would fire him, but because he would walk. Now, I reported a few weeks ago the Steelers had gotten no indication whatsoever that he was unhappy or thinking about leaving. But both Schefter and Lazer dropped just a big enough of a turd in the punch bowl over the weekend to open the door to the possibility of Tomlin walking away. And then, hey, Andy Reid, don't be surprised if he retires after the Chiefs finish their playoff run. And the deeper he goes, the more likely he walks. Don't be surprised. Not saying it's happening, just don't be surprised. That opens another job. Chiefs pretty damn attractive because only one team's got Patrick Mahomes. Mike Vrabel, who played for the Chiefs for a couple of years, I don't know. If I got to choose between the Chiefs and the Patriots, I'm choosing the Chiefs right now. And if I got to choose between the Chiefs or the Patriots and the Steelers, because Vrabel was drafted by the Steelers. Vrabel's the perfect Steelers coach. If Mike Tomlin goes, Vrabel is the perfect no-brainer Steelers coach, and he would never be fired by the Steelers. He's 48. He would finish his coaching career with the Steelers because they just don't fire anybody, and he'd be good enough that they wouldn't have to fire him. So yeah, I mean, the obvious link is Vrabel to the Patriots. That assumes some of these other openings become or don't become openings. There's still more. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, if they don't have a great showing on Monday night against the Eagles, Todd Bowles could be out. And we know from history that the Glazers love to chase big names. So we may just be getting started here. I mean, it's been seismic the past day with Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, and Bill Belichick. There may be more.
Mike Florio, who has a better chance of coaching in the NFL to start next season? Nick Sirianni, an NFL team, Sirianni or Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, this is the year for Harbaugh to come back. I'd say Harbaugh. Because with Sirianni, 1-5 down the stretch, if they don't win on Monday night, and there's options out there now to upgrade. See, that's the thing. If you're a coach who's kind of, close and they're not really sure, and maybe we'll see what happens next year. Well, next year there isn't going to be Mike Vrabel and Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick and Jim Harbaugh and, the rising coordinators like Ben Johnson. So I think it's a little tenuous for Sirianni on Monday, and he's almost seemed like hostage video in his press conferences, at least the ones I've seen recently. Like it's falling apart and they can't put it back together. And it wouldn't shock me, especially if they lose on Monday night, if a decision is made to see who else they could get with all these big names out there. So I think it's just a question of which team Harbaugh is going to coach. There's nothing more for him to do at the college level. He's been evasive about the possibility. If he was staying at Michigan, we would know it right now. And unless they're going to pay him $20 million a year, I think he's jumping to the NFL.
Father of Mine is the mob novel for only $3.99 on Amazon for ebook. It's from Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, the website that has all the latest news, and it is nonstop right now. Silly season has begun. Thank you. Not enough time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio, D&M Leasing Hotline. Who got destroyed more yesterday? Bobby Belton Therapy or Jason Whitlock by Stephen A. Next.
Speaking of therapy, let's get you over to BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ. If you're considering going through therapy, you're thinking about starting it, give BetterHelp a try. We are big proponents of going through the therapy.
Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I think we got to carry over the commercial break. Sean, RJ, and Bobby after Mike Florio. And look, I know it gets people worked up. Florio gets people worked up. Talking about Mike McCarthy's job status. What if? It is amazing, though, how many people don't want the possibility of Bill Belichick. What are you making of what Mike is kind of doubling and tripling down on? Because he brought this up to us a couple times ago. I was like, okay, whatever. And then he wrote about it again. And then Peter King talked about it, and I texted Florio, and he's like, see? You see? It's a possibility. And I'm like, it's not happening, especially with some of the things that you hear behind the scenes. But this I feel comfortable in saying is fact. Mike Florio, no doubt about it, has heard from people within the Patriots organization that think that Belichick could end up here. That is a fact that he has heard that from people in Foxborough. By the way, the breaking news this morning, Bill Belichick is leaving the Patriots.
Look, I think it's fun to talk about. I think, yes, Bill, I'm sure, has some kind of reverence for the stage, the Cowboys, all that stuff. But I still don't think the job is in play. Like, Mike is in the business of pushing rumors. Like, that's his job.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the business of getting clicks. There's no better way to get clicks than, this is not just Mike, this is anybody. This is anybody in the media. It's to generate content based off of the most popular things in the world, and that's in part the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think this job is in play. Now, if they get beat by 20 by Green Bay, all right, different story.
Yeah.
But
what if they get beat by 20 in the second round?
Well, they're not going to get beat by 20, but like even still, like they're getting beat by a.
What do they lose by 10 in the second round?
All right, let's just say they lose. Yeah, they lose in the second round.
Yeah,
right? They lose to either a team that just played you to a tie game 2 weeks prior,
Detroit,
or a team that won the Super Bowl 2 years ago that has arguably a better quarterback, arguably a Hall of Fame quarterback.
And I think they've gone 7-1 in their last 8.
Yeah, who's 7-1 of 7-8 would have won 8 of 9 at that point.
The Ravens.
And their lone loss to the Ravens in overtime, they should have won. So they should have won 9 in a row. Who's got a coach that everybody thinks is a top, 4 or 5 coach in the NFL?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that you could have a conversation about that. Sure. I just I don't think it's plausible that they lose these next 2 games, which is crazy to say for a team that has done nothing but disappoint us over 30 years.
Yeah, for all this talk, by the way, I know I went on a little rant yesterday. I still tweeted after the show. The Dallas Cowboys are going to the NFC Championship game. We're just covering the other side of the what if. I know some of you numbskulls think that you're putting on shoulder pads Sunday, but we actually have to cover that, the what if possibility. It's an interesting conversation, and I think it is a possibility, and if you're mad at us, get mad at Jerry Jones. He's the one who left it out there. But the Dallas Cowboys are going to the NFC Championship game. Just for any of you who think that we're predicting doom and gloom, they're going to San Francisco.
They're as a textbook, they won't even play LA in the second round. They would play either the Lions or the Eagles. That's it. They can't play
the Buccaneers.
Or the Buccaneers. Yeah, they can't play the Rams in the second round because the Rams would go to San
The Rams
Fran.
by default would have to be the lowest seed
Right,
remaining.
right, yeah.
Because
So-
you beat the Packers.
Yeah, so if you lose to Tampa, different story. Right? They're a bad team. It's a bad team.
What do you make of it? What Florio said, Bob?
So this is the one
continues to say.
Here's the side of this that I keep thinking. Obviously, the pull from the Cowboys side makes sense. Like in terms of if they became disappointed and they felt like they were close and they could get pushed over the edge with a Hall of Fame difference-making head coach, I can absolutely see a scenario where the Cowboys would think of that and go like, oh, that would be interesting that we got a shot at that. It's the other side of it that I try to look at and I go, what's Belichick's angle here? Why would this be his draw? And I mean, obviously there's a lot here. Dak's an established quarterback. You got a lot of talent here. But how much of an ego do you think Bill Belichick has? I mean, we assume that because he's so successful, he's probably got a sizable one, but I don't know. Do you think of him as being an ego-driven guy?
I don't know.
I think he is, just because of how he's done the player personnel and the fights he's had with Brady and others and stuff like that. To me, I think that where better to make a statement that I can one up what Tom did and went going to Tampa. Where better to make a statement than I can pull the Cowboys out of a 30-year drought. And so I could see that as a pull for him.
It's just like from the narratives that you think of with the Cowboys job, it would be the total opposite that a guy like Bill Belichick, Mike Tomlin would want to walk into. Like the really, really like serious Hall of Fame type established guys. They don't want to come to the circus. This is way too much of a circus. And now Mike Florio is like flipping me on my head, reassessing. And what is on Belichick's checklist? What's the 1, 2, 3 on his checklist? I know Chop and I would say it's the quarterback, but where in order is quarterback, personnel, ownership? Is a rebuild, if I give you all the personnel control in the world, I'm the Commanders. I give you the number 2 pick and all the personnel versus the Cowboys, and I give you Dak Prescott and maybe Will McClay or Stephen Jones. Which one would Bill Belichick prefer? We don't know. That's what makes it in part fascinating. You want the control and no QB? Are you fine with no control and the QB? The scouting department, the ownership? We're talking about Dan Quinn to Seattle just because of the general manager. He doesn't have a Super Bowl quarterback. He got a nice quarterback in Geno. Different fits for everyone, right? Different things on the wish list.
Yeah, I mean, like when he went to New England, it was a different time. I mean, it wasn't Bill Belichick yet. He was, but he wasn't. He had a little bit of history with the organization, but also he had both control and quarterback because they had Bledsoe. When he went there, they had Drew Bledsoe, who was in the prime of his career, and that didn't last. But he had both quarterback and control when he went there.
Yeah, and then this Jerry relinquishing spotlight, and you've run down Jerry's history of paying coaches.
Or lack thereof.
Right.
Jerry does not like to pay coaches. I mean, Mike McCarthy, if you go look, and this was last year I looked at this, Mike was making like four and change, maybe this 2 years ago. And he's got, his money has gone up incrementally. But he was getting paid at the time the same as the University of Missouri head football coach. It's $4 million. In the grand scheme of things, when, Bill Belichick's making around, they guess, they don't know, $25 million. And Sean Payton's making 18, and Sean McVay's making 15, and Pete Carroll's up there. Jerry is paying his coaches a third of the guys who are number 5.
Here's what I'm going to guess. I'm guessing that Florio's hearing this from New England. I don't know that he's hearing any of this from Dallas, though. And obviously, that's very, very important. Who cares what people in Foxborough think? Well, what do the Joneses think? What does Will McClay think of that potential fit? So that was Mike Florio on with us, ProFootballTalk.com at 8 o'clock. All right, the thing I was looking forward to the most, man, what an amazing day yesterday was with all the news. But then Stephen A. Smith was teasing, and part of me doesn't even want to talk about or play this to give any type of spotlight towards Jason Whitlock, who I detest, and I've detested since my time in Kansas City.
Well,
I hate his guts, and I'm so happy. It makes me like Stephen A. more, so much more, that he despises Jason Whitlock. And yesterday on his podcast, he said he got special permission from ESPN. He told his bosses, who begged him not to do it, went to his family members and said, forgive my language, and talked to his pastor for what he was going to do to Jason Whitlock. For those that don't even know Jason Whitlock, how would you describe him? And what he's even doing now?
Oh, my gosh.
Like, is he a totally irrelevant figure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea what his podcast numbers are like. I mean, he may not be irrelevant from that standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it's really. Are
we talking about someone that people don't know about?
I think that there are people like if you say Jason Whitlock, I think there are people who are familiar with the name, maybe wouldn't know what he looks like, and then there are other people that if they saw him, like, oh yeah, I know that guy. I didn't know his name was Jason Whitlock, but I think people are familiar with the face and the words and the broadcasting style for sure.
Stephen A. Smith takes aim, part 1. I hope you edited this.
Did you tell them that once this same article in Deadspin came out, weeks later you wrote a lengthy apology to me in an email, begging me to forgive you, pointing out how you were betrayed by this particular writer, so you know how I must feel that you betrayed me? Did you tell the folks that? You bitch. Did you tell them? You fat piece of shit.
Whoa, hey.
Did you tell them that? Got the names. We got Jamel Hill. We got Howard Bryant. You want me to bring up the other writers that wouldn't work for you? Why it took you nearly 2 years to get an article out? Because you ran that so bad you were running it into the ground?
Damn.
That's good. That's good. And then
Pat McAfee inspired him, I think, to just take the gloves off.
Take the gloves off.
Part 2.
I'm a very forgiving person. Clearly. Not with him. I don't care what beef I had. I don't care how many of you out there that hate me, whatever former athletes, all this stuff. Man, please, I'm sorry. Because I certainly don't hate y'all. We might have our differences from time to time, but ain't never that. This is the exception. I hate this bastard. Far more than a little bit. He is the worst human being any of you will ever meet. You get within a mile of his presence. Wrap your arms around yourself to protect your soul. He is Cain. He is a devil. The worst. That's all I have to say.
Wow. I was trying to figure out what the issue was, right? And I saw one clip where he was saying that Stephen A. in this book lied about his basketball tryouts or something. And which, I mean, he was right in the sense that because he said something about Stephen A. said there was a one-day tryout. And Whitlock's like, there's no one-day high school basketball tryout. It's at least a week, which it is. It's at least a week. But if that's it, I'm surprised Stephen A. went there. But holy cow, that was an evisceration. It was an evisceration.
I love Stephen A. Smith even more today. We always love Babe Laufenberg on Thursdays. Babe with his tape study on the Green Bay Packers. The Cowboys color analyst joins us next.
Let's get you over to K-Post.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Let's preview the Packers with Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Doing great. Ready for a little trivia question?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. Okay, he's won 47 games in his first 4 years as a head coach. 47 games, first 4 years. Only one coach started his career off with more wins than Matt LaFleur's 47. Can you name that coach?
George Seifert.
Oh, look at Bobby Bell.
Whoa!
I mean, if Bobby's going to be on the show on a regular basis now, I'm not going to bring in these trivia questions.
Yeah, maybe he can make the group text. He's been dying. He's been dying to get in the Babe group text.
It was either Seifert or Tom Flores. So.
Yeah, George Seifert, 152.
Wow.
Of course, he took over a Hall of Fame. Excuse me, he took over a Super Bowl winning team.
Babe,
like Barry Switzer here.
I'm dying to get your instant reaction to all the coaching news.
I mean, I literally cannot remember a crazier week in terms of these legendary guys. I mean, Saban and Carroll and Belichick, and two of them going out not of their own accord for the most part.
Yep.
However you want to read into the Belichick deal, but it's really an amazing week in terms of that, and really almost overshadowing all these playoff games that are coming up, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you talked at all about Michigan winning a national title?
Yeah, Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, that happened. I forgot about that. Yeah,
That's why they need to move it. They need to move the national championship game in college football to New Year's Day.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Really isn't.
Babe, do you, because you were there, you had Bill Walsh, you got all the Bill Walsh stories. Do you have Belichick as the GOAT in the NFL?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I would say yes. It's funny. If he retired when Brady left, you wouldn't even question it.
Right.
But when Brady left, you saw what happened to that football team and that organization. But yeah, I think you can't win the number of Super Bowls that he won and not think he's the GOAT. That being said, the GOAT isn't coming here.
Why do you say
yeah,
that?
He ain't coming here.
Why?
I don't know where he's going. Oh gosh, a million reasons why. I mean, a million. But he's not coming here. And you guys were good to point out, he says good things about everybody.
Yeah.
The best team. This guy's the best quarterback. I remember Alabama was playing, I think, McNeese State. And so forgive me, McNeese State alumni, if it wasn't you, and somebody asked Saban during the week about, this is going to be a good opportunity to see some of your backup players. Saban went off. Oh, so you've got us beating. We've already won the game. Have you seen their quarterback? This guy, I mean, he just went off, right? And it wasn't probably the smartest question to ask, but you want to say, Nick, come on. As long as the bus doesn't break down, we get an intramural team to beat these guys here at Alabama.
And so, Babe, there's a great text on here saying nothing happens to McCarthy, not after he helped to unlock Dak Prescott. Your take and your view on the Dak McCarthy relationship.
Oh, it's great, and it's crazy. It really is crazy. It's crazy talk that you've got a head coach who's gone 12-5 for 3 consecutive years, and you're talking about who's going to replace him. I mean, it's crazy talk. Not to say that it couldn't happen, because you never know what happens, with this organization. But it'd just be, I'd be like, you're kidding me, aren't you? And yeah, it's funny, the McCarthy-Dak, I'll say relationship, but it's true of really all head coaches and quarterbacks. And I always say, you pick up a media guide, right? there are only two people in that media guide who have a record attached to their name, right? The quarterback is going to have what his record is each and every year, and maybe game by game, and the head coach. The GM never has his record there, right? The owner doesn't have his record. The left tackle doesn't have the record next to his name. Do you guys know what Zach Martin is in games he's played in, his record?
No.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't either. And he's going to the Hall of Fame. So there has to be, to me, that symbiotic relationship a little bit between those two. And it's a little, I don't want to say unusual. It's not all that unusual, I guess, but the head coach is now the play caller, and the guy we were talking about, Bill Walsh, he was the guy with Joe Montana, and a lot of those guys, have been down that road. Mike Holmgren, head coach, play caller, all that stuff. But those guys tend to have each other's backs because, again, when the game is lost, if this game is lost, I guarantee you it's going to be put on either Dak or McCarthy or maybe both. But it won't be put on anybody else, will it?
No, probably not. Babe Laufenberg joined us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, how has Jordan Love's game progressed this year from the start?
Well, no question he's gotten better. And it's funny, it's his fourth year in the league, but I don't care how long you've been in the league, if you've been watching, until you get out there, it's different. That's where the real experience comes from. And it's funny, too, I think a lot of these quarterbacks that have had success, not a lot, but how many guys have been washed out because they played them too early and they just weren't ready? I mean, that list goes on and on, all these top five quarterbacks. But you look at Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers sat, then he became Hall of Fame Aaron Rodgers. Jordan Love sat for 3 years. You look what Andy Reid did with his guys. They took Donovan McNabb in Philadelphia at number 2. Basically didn't play his rookie year, played like the last 5 games when they were doing poorly. Matter of fact, Doug Peterson was the guy playing. You look at Andy Reid then going to Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes did not play his rookie year, played the last game of the year when playoff seeding was already finished and they had nothing to gain. They played him in that last game. So I think there's a lot to be said for that. But Jordan Love, long and short, he appears to be getting better by the week. Now, I'll tell you one thing you look at and you'll see it, and I know the Cowboys will be attacking the football. When he goes to throw the ball, he separates the left hand from the ball. I mean by a foot. He's holding that ball one-handed with the right, and it's begging to be knocked out. He had 9 fumbles this year. In comparison, just if you think about Dak had 4, but that just concerns me. But he's playing better, no question. He's got a big arm. He's got nice touch, quick delivery. I mean, a lot of those things you look for. I will say, like anyone that has great numbers at the end, he's got a little lucky. He had 2 easy interceptions that he threw to Chicago that they dropped both of them. So you get out and say, well, he's 21 touchdowns, 3 interceptions at the last, but he'll throw it to you. He's going to throw it to him because his pass rush is going to get to him. But certainly a really good player, and it goes back to the old adage, best time to draft a quarterback is when you don't need one, right? Best time to draft a quarterback is when you don't need one. All these teams that are trading the world to draft up for Mitch Trubisky in the third pick in the draft, and because they needed one. And then you're going to go broke doing that because you're overdrafting these guys. You're playing them too early. So my hat's off to Green Bay, and they've been doing it forever, right? They drafted Mark Brunell, they drafted Matt Hasselbeck, they drafted Aaron Brooks. All these guys became Pro Bowlers for other people. They didn't need a quarterback, but they always had one sitting there on the roster. So again, it went from Ron Wolf as the GM to Ted Thompson, and they just keep drafting them even though they have one, and it's really smart.
Babe, the Dak Prescott, Jordan Love matchup is obviously a big narrative heading into this game, but Aaron Jones in 3 career games against the Cowboys, he averages 150 scrimmage yards a game. He scored 6 touchdowns in 3 games. He's been really tough for them, and he's really come on in recent weeks. Could this game hinge more on what Aaron Jones does than Jordan Love?
It's always going to be about the quarterback because there's always going to be a time late in the game, if the game's close, where your quarterback's going to have to be the guy, right? But Aaron Jones is certainly a great player. He has been hurt this year. Had a hamstring early, had a knee injury, but the last 3 games he's rushed for over 100 yards a game. He's a veteran guy, been there, done that. I think in this type of game, in this type of atmosphere, especially early on, I'd rather, if I were the Green Bay Packers and Matt LaFleur, I'd rather put the pressure on Aaron Jones early than put it on Jordan Love early. Let him get settled into the game. And they can do that. He's a great back. He had the 4-touchdown game that we all saw at AT&T Stadium, and he appears to be healthy. He's carried the ball over 20 times the last 3 weeks. So, yeah, I think it'll be Aaron Jones. If the Cowboys corral Aaron Jones, this receiving core, as you guys have well documented, they are so young. Yeah. So young. I don't see how they're going to hold up.
Babe, what else is a matchup or X factor that you've noticed in your tape study?
Well, I don't know if I necessarily have an X factor, but I think Aaron Jones is going to be the whole key to this thing. If he can run the ball, then Packers will be in the game. I think if he can't run the ball and you're putting on Jordan Love to throw the ball to all these, first-year rookies and second-year guys, I just don't know that Jordan Love is at that point in his career where he'll be able to carry it. So to me, the whole key is stopping Aaron Jones.
Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan. We have said that when it comes to key critical moments, we believe the Cowboys will screw things up more so than not, whether it's penalties, a decision, a clock issue. Is that laughable or fair or accurate?
Oh, I don't. Well, I was laughing, so I guess that tells you is that laughable. Yeah, the problem is this current group of Cowboys, they're paying for the sins of the last 27 years.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's all it is. They're paying for the sins of the last 27 years. If you just got dropped into earth, whatever, watched this season, you wouldn't think that. But if you've been a Cowboy fan, like a lot of our listeners have been, from the day they came out of the womb, if you're 35 or under, it's all you know. And it's funny, the word expectation, right? Hey, there are expectations here when you play for the Cowboys. Well, expectations mean you're expecting something to happen. And to your point, the expectation is something bad is going to happen. We're going to get that critical penalty. We're going to throw the interception. We're going to whatever it is. And again, this team, and it's unfair, they're paying for the sins of the last 27 years.
Fantastic preview. We cannot wait for Sunday. Have a great call. Let's do it again next week, brother. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. When we do it next week, I got to come up with a more difficult trivia.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, great appearance except for the beginning. Yeah, we lobbing up softballs for Roberto over here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
The great Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys analyst, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. Pete Carroll to Bama. Dan Quinn to Seattle. And Belichick to filthy. RJ's crazy coaching chaotic carousel next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
house secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a foggy Thursday, but man, absolutely loaded and jam-packed here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Peyton and Ryan got us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Has the coaching overshadowed the postseason games? Coaching news overshadowed the playoff games?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, because there's no games going on today, right? You know, like if that's I think it's normal, right? On a this is a little bit different because there's bigger names, but generally during that week.
Yeah, and maybe it's probably eaten into some preview time. But like for instance, if this news breaks on these stories break on a Sunday night, I think we're still coming in here Monday morning. We're talking about the games mostly.
Yeah.
So I think it's just the fact that we don't have a game to play yet.
Well, the news, of course, yesterday. I ate this little candy bar and a chocolate chip just got me.
Oh, that reminds me, because at first the way you reacted, that was like you ate the bomb hot sauce. Like we got one more day to figure out what our Philly bet is.
Well, do you want it to be money or something else?
Something else.
Okay.
Like I mean, because I don't know that I can bet money, but something else, something that the listeners will get enjoyment regardless of who loses.
Okay, so Philly, Tampa, straight up, and you're thinking about taking a teaspoon of the bomb hot sauce. I think with you might get flown out of here to a hospital.
Yeah,
we got Baylor close, Methodist. Like I don't know what you would do reaction. Now look, I'm not saying it wouldn't affect me, but I think you could be hospitalized.
It's very like, I mean, just a drop is enough to set your whole mouth on fire.
Yeah,
and it's not like when I say on
ate
fire
it with Adam Richmond at the Super Bowl. Well,
when I say on fire, I mean it's not talking spicy. Like it literally feels like fire in your mouth, like you struck a match and put it out on your tongue. It's that type of feeling, and so it can be tough to if you had to do like a whole segment, like say a 15-minute segment at the very beginning of it. You got to eat, and then you got to basically really command the segment.
I mean, it's going to last longer than the segment.
Maybe less than a teaspoon. We got to come to an agreement on how much it is, because a full teaspoon might.
What about shock collar?
That will kill you.
Want to be a balla shock collar? No. No.
Okay.
I wouldn't get as much enjoyment out of that, I don't think, as you eating the hot sauce. Because I mean, Tampa's winning, and so I got to figure out what I want.
Okay. Well, let's come up with something and get ready for Monday night. The coaching news: Pete Carroll no longer with the Seattle Seahawks. Everyone instantly tying Dan Quinn to that job. Nick Saban steps away from Alabama. People are speculating College game day. And you have, of course, the big one this morning. Bill Belichick and the Patriots are going to part ways after 24 seasons. And that, you got something?
No, we got, I was going to say, and we got 2 hours before we're going to get one of the more uncomfortable press conferences we've probably ever seen with Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick side by side.
And that has led RJ Choppy to come up with his crazy coaching chaotic carousel.
Chaos. This is a chaos carousel.
I'm an agent of chaos.
These are not necessarily things that I think are going to happen, but these are things I would love to see happen. Just off the kind of the wild. Some of these are realistic, but some of these are also not. The first one, this first domino to fall. Mike Vrabel to
Patriots. Our church.
The Ohio State University.
Whoa.
That job would have to come open.
Well, that's interesting that you say that.
Lou Holtz would be so excited.
Yes, he would. He would be so excited. So, Mike Vrabel to Ohio State.
It's always been Ohio against the world.
It always has been Ohio against the world. I think they want Ryan Day out of there. I think many of the Ohio State fans want Ryan Day out of there. Mike Vrabel, he was at Ohio State as a coach not too long ago. So, Vrabel, what?
It's just, I like, this just dawned on me. How similar of positions are Ryan Day and Mike McCarthy in? Like, just tons of success and being held to a standard of how you haven't beat one team.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah, I mean, he's also an Ohio guy from Akron, played at Ohio State, so there's ties there.
Yeah, I think those last. I think he was coaching at Ohio State the last time he got his DUI.
Yeah, wow. Dan Quinn goes to Seattle. That's not chaos. It's not chaos, but Dan Quinn goes to Seattle.
Some things just make sense, Chop.
Where does Ryan Day go? If if Mike Vrabel's replacing Ryan Day, where does Ryan Day go?
Ooh, the cover of a Just for Men box.
Ryan Day goes to the University of Oregon.
Okay, I see what you're doing here.
But RJ, that job's not open.
I see what you're doing here. You're going to put old Dan Lanning in Tuscaloosa, aren't you?
Well, a lesser man would do that.
Oh.
But I am putting Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers.
Okay.
And Dan Lanning at Michigan.
At Michigan.
At Michigan.
Whoa.
And again, these aren't things you think.
No.
Because obviously you would think Sharon Moore would get that job.
Right. He's gonna most likely get that job if it becomes open. He's done a great job. He did a great job this year filling in for Jim. They love him there. So we'll see. Well, who gets the Alabama job? And I got to credit this one. I was on the phone yesterday. The first person I called when the Saban news broke. I needed some Alabama history, and I go to the source. I go to the great Chuck Cooperstein. He's covered college football for decades.
You're gonna take my coach away from the University of Texas, aren't you?
No, I threw that name out there.
Chuck tried to throw to David Hellman that Alabama takes Sark and Arch Manning. I'm like, what are we doing? Fantasy trades, Zach? What are we doing over there?
I know.
You guys would probably reject it.
Listen, I give Texas a lot of grief. It's a better job. It's a better job than
that was
Alabama.
a Will Chambers joke I just got.
Yes, it was.
It's a better job than Alabama. It's the best job in the country.
Which is?
Texas. Best job in the country. They don't have to get. He does. The coach at the University of Texas doesn't have a car ride longer than 3 hours to find every recruit they want. They go to Houston and they go to Dallas, Fort Worth. That's it. They don't need to go anywhere else, and they've got their entire team. They never have to get on a plane. They don't have to leave the state. And there's more money at Texas than anywhere else.
Money. Sean, while you were out, we talked about this shop, and disclosure records came out one weekend hosting 20 recruits. The University of Texas spent $1 million on those kids in one weekend.
Wow. When I got to Tennessee in 1997, Alabama was not the best job in the SEC. Florida was. It wasn't the second best job. Tennessee was. At best, it was third. You could argue that LSU was better. You could argue that Auburn was better at the time. Alabama was not in a good spot until Nick Saban got there.
No, absolutely not.
He did not make Alabama. Alabama was the best program in college football history before then, in terms of winning and such, or one of them. But they have so far and away surpassed even their own expectations that the job is just different now than it was then. This is their most important hire. So who did Cooperstein say? And I 1,000% agree with it. I was thinking Mike Norvell.
Dabo.
No, screw Dabo. They already chanted anyone but Dabo last night.
That Alabama fans were outside the university chanting anyone but Dabo.
Lane.
They hate him.
Not Lane.
Doug Nussmeier.
Not Doug Nussmeier. Not Sark. Not Norvell. Not Lanning, although Norvell would be a great hire.
Bear Bryant.
Because he is 3 hours away in Tallahassee. He already notices. Knows the area.
Kirby.
No.
Oh, that would be so juicy.
Yeah,
That's what Hellman threw out. He goes, why would he leave Georgia? Just go ahead and try to money whip him. Go back.
No. The guy you go after is Pete Carroll. He's won in college. He is 72, but he acts 42. If anybody can, he will go in. He will immediately recruit his brains off. He can coach anywhere. And there's also this. I do believe he wants to continue coaching. I don't think he wants to stop.
Right.
Do we think he's going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a coach?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of, 3 to win a national title and a Super Bowl?
Right, but he is ineligible.
Has nothing to do with the Pro Football
Hall of
Fame.
I mean, they do value things like that, like accomplishments of like your success jumping to that other level, because a lot of guys didn't do it.
He was 2 yards away from having 2.
He
should have had 2.
He is ineligible currently for the College Football Hall of Fame as a coach.
Why? Because he has 59% winning percentage or something?
Because he cheated at USC?
No, he has 9 years. You need 10. And his winning percentage is high enough, but he doesn't have 100 wins.
That's interesting. So, Alabama could present that opportunity to get in the College Football Hall of Fame.
So he could be, I mean, how many coaches are in both college and pro? I mean, Jimmy.
Wow.
I mean, who else is in both? You know what I mean? Like, there's very, very few, if any others, that are in both college and Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Maybe Bill Walsh. I don't even know if he's in.
Walsh was only at Stanford for like 2 years.
Yeah, so he can't be in. He went back, but he didn't meet the 10 years. So That was an interesting one. I love the idea because you can only think short term in college football right now. The way the transfer portal is, don't worry about long term. We are already so far late in the game in terms of recruiting. Their number one job at Alabama is to stabilize. Pete Carroll comes with zero buyout. Dan Lanning comes with $20 million buyout or whatever. Mike Norvell comes with a huge buyout. All these other coaches come with buyouts. Pete Carroll has no buyout. He'll step right in. He'll recruit his tail off. He's 72 going on 43. He'll coach for 3-4 years. You get your ducks in a row. You don't worry about rushing because this is the most important hire in the history of that program. They have to keep the momentum. Their number one job right now is to keep the momentum of having a great program, and that's all they have to do. I'm getting thrown off here. What is on the fan cam?
Mike doing his prep work for the show.
Oh my gosh, look at that!
I am getting
He has no idea he's up there too. This is perfect.
Just kidding.
Ryan, tremendous job. You're so live on the fan cam.
It's my idea.
Oh,
shut up, Peyton. I think it was Alex's idea.
This is the KMC masterpiece. While we are sitting here and trying to grind until the last game ends at
Look
night.
at that flexibility.
Waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning. These guys at 9:11, 2 of them are not in here, and 1 is doing yoga as their show prep while letting Random Tolos co-host their show on Random Wednesdays. Amazing.
Maybe we're the ones doing that are the idiots.
Must be nice. Yeah, we clearly are the looking back. Just keep that on there, Ryan.
Yeah,
Great
just keep
job.
that up there, and we'll
Or
continue.
Peyton.
So, Carroll at Alabama, I think even if he's 72 going on 42 or whatever, you've
All right,
still
Mike's checking his phone. Let's see if people are texting him that he's on the fan cam.
you've still got to what you still have to do there is you're right. I think 3 to 4 years max though because he is 72. No matter how young he feels. So to me, I think if you're hiring Pete Carroll, you better hire 2 coaches. Like you better have the second coach in the building ready to like be groomed as the head. I don't think you want to have a new coaching search right there. You got to have that guy in the building.
Yeah, or if you do have a new coaching search, you have him announce like going into that last year. Hey, this is my last year. They can kind of get their recruiting figured out, so it's not too late.
They're recruiting
because like we've already had the main recruiting signing period, the early signing period back in December. Are all those players available now to leave without penalty? I don't know how the new rule works.
Yeah,
because it used to be the recruiting period, signing period was like the week of the Super Bowl.
With what Saban just did, Hellman yesterday on G-Bag said that players could leave within a month. There's like within a month.
Yeah,
rule.
but you have a time. Yeah, so like I mean, all these people are chomping at the bit for all these Saban players.
You know, Chop and I were kicking this around during the break while you were in there recording your spot.
Making money.
Yep, exactly. While you're in there. So when we have this discussion about Saban versus Belichick, which one's better? And again, like we're talking about somebody like Pete Carroll going back down to college and having success and things like that. I do wonder if you swapped them over the last 15 years and said Saban is coaching the Patriots for the last 15 years, Belichick is coaching Alabama for the past 15 years. Who gets closer to the other's success? Because I think there's no doubt it's Saban.
I
don't think Belichick
Bill recruiting.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think Belichick could. Belichick's culture is so like this mindset that if you're constantly changing out players every 3 to 4 years, I don't know how you instill that culture.
Totally agree. There's something called the Flutie effect. When athletic accomplishments increase exposure and eventually environment, as Joe Pompliano, I actually like him as a Twitter follow. He talked about Saban's effect at the school. Since he arrived in 2007, their enrollment increased from 25,000 to 40,000. 60% jump compared to a 10% national average. But the type of student, Alabama went from the majority of their student body being in-state, the majority is now out-of-state. Why is that important?
Money.
Out-of-state pays 3 times more in annual tuition, $32,000 versus $11,000. So he increased their annual revenue. If you want to point to him as a major reason, by hundreds of millions. They paid him $130 million over 16 years, but one could argue his worth was more than $1 billion. Their chancellor said Nick Saban is the best investment this university has ever made.
There's no doubt. Quote. No doubt about it, it is. You want those out-of-state recruits. You want to be a national school, not a local, regional one.
Bassick has got a very important phone call. The yoga has been interrupted. More after the commercial break here at 105.3 The Fan. But Mike Bassick has stopped the Pilates session for now. Let's preview the Packers and how worried is he about Dan Quinn going to Seattle. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com is next.
All right, let's get you over to the greatness of
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333, or just go to truckwreck.com.
A lot of threes in there. Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. joins us as he does every Thursday, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Patrick. How is the injury situation looking over there, specifically with Stephon Gilmore?
And good morning, gentlemen. It is looking very promising. Spoke with Stephon Gilmore yesterday in the locker room just to kind of gauge how he's feeling, because it's easy to say that things are fine right after the game when the adrenaline is still flowing, but not necessarily the next day when the adrenaline wears off. But, you know, a couple of days or so later, here we are talking to Gilmore yesterday, and he said that he's played through worse over the course of his career. That's one quote. And the quote that stuck out the most to me, he said he's going to play, quote, whatever it takes, end quote. So sounds like Stephon Gilmore, you know, barring a setback of any sort this week, which would be tough to see because I don't think that he's going to participate in team drills until the walkthrough on Saturday. I think he's a go. Tyler Smith, same. I think he's a go as well, returning from the Week 18 rest with that torn plantar fascia. He returned to practice, limited capacity on yesterday. All signs point to him being good to go. Zach Martin had a rest day as he recovers from his illness, but he's expected to play as well. Jonathan Hankins, limited participant on yesterday, still working his way back to full form, but he did get around 13, 14 snaps against the Commanders to grease his wheels. No setbacks there, so great news there as well. And Malik Hooker has been dealing with that ankle injury for several weeks now, full participant for the first time in a couple months. So Cowboys are healing at the perfect time.
Okay, so Pat, obviously that's good news on the Stephon Gilmore front, but let's operate under an assumption that things go sideways. Like he tries to make a tackle early.
Look,
contingencies.
Never go full Bobby.
Contingencies, all right? Look, I'm just
fair.
I was told yesterday in therapy I got to be in control of everything. So that's what I'm trying to do
that's
here.
Fair. My therapist has said the same.
So let's say Stephon Gilmore comes out of the first drive and goes like, I just can't do it. Is the contingency plan there? All right, Nashawn Wright's in here taking the snaps outside. Is that something where Israel Mukuamu, who obviously has played some corner in his history, does some safety, has done some different things for the Cowboys, is that Mukuamu? How do they respond to that, given that their depth has already been challenged this season with Diggs being out?
I think it'd be a toss-up between Nashawn Wright and Israel Mukuamu, to be honest, because if you go back and you look at the 2022 season when they lost Anthony Brown, they lost Jordan Lewis, and Kelvin Joseph was not playing well. Who got the first night was Nashawn Wright. He got several shots at it as starter, but ultimately come wild card in Tampa against Tom Brady, it was Izzy Mukuamu who got the start and played exceptionally well. It's kind of like that big slot nickel guy. So I think that it's based upon matchup. So if Gilmore goes down, you then look at the Packers and you ask yourself, what are their prototypes, like what are their archetypes, I should say, for their wide receivers? Because they don't have any alpha guys. They don't have, you know, a CeeDee Lamb or Justin Jefferson or anything like that, but they do have a series of very capable guys, and Jordan Love loves to spread the ball around. So I think in that instance, you'd be fine getting Nashawn Wright out there with the length. He has length just like Izzy does, a little bit more quickness though, but Izzy is a little bit more physical. So really just depends on what the situation is at that point. If you, knock on wood, were to lose Gilmore at some point during the game, but those are the two guys that you'd be looking at, yes.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What was your science lab on for this game?
Oh, deep dive into the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, trying to see where the Cowboys match up well against the Packers. And the good news is they outmatched the Packers in most major areas. And this is a game that this is one of the worst matchups, if not the worst matchup that the Packers could have drawn in the tournament. This is just bad news for them. If the Cowboys execute and play well and eliminate self-inflicted wounds, they should win this game handily, and I'm talking about 20 points or more. If they don't, it's because they played down to their competition, and if they do that, they're in trouble because Jordan Love and that team, though they don't play well from behind, fellas, if you allow them to remain competitive, they'll make one or two plays when they need to, and they'll get you out of here. So Jordan Love, you know, he's really good in the pocket, can make all the throws. But if you get him out of the pocket, he does not perform well under pressure. And he performs even worse when he's on the run. So when he's on the run, he's the second worst statistical quarterback in the league. You got to get him moving. Even if you can't get hands on him to get him down to the ground, you got to get him moving. But you got to be careful how you pressure him. So he doesn't do well under pressure, but he performs well against the blitz. So most people are going to say, well, how is that? That means you have to get pressure with your front four. Don't drop anybody out of coverage to help your pass rush, because then that helps the young quarterback who's under pressure find the open receiver. And this is a guy again, who can hit any one of his open receivers. Get pressure up front with your front four. 2.44 seconds is the time to pressure for the Cowboys defense, best in the league. 2.77 seconds is Jordan Love's time to throw. He's out of his comfort zone here. He's out of his depth here. So advantage Cowboys in several capacities. Aaron Jones, great running back. He's done his damage against the Cowboys. If you look at him this season, though, he's fantastic between the 20s. Their run offense is very poor inside of the red zone. Their run defense is very poor all over the field, but particularly inside of the red zone. Their secondary, their pass coverage is very poor all over the field, but especially in the middle. Hi, Jake Ferguson. Have a day. Their run defense is very poor all over the place, but especially in the red zone. This is not a game that the Cowboys should take lightly, because their Packers can be dangerous because they're playing loose. They don't really grasp how big this game is. But if the Cowboys come in and handle their business, this should not be close at all.
Patrick, is this a Green Bay team defensively where they really need to rely on their pass rush to really get any stops?
Perfectly said, RJ. When Science Lab drops this morning in about an hour or so on DallasCowboys.com, and I broke down the film as well as the statistical trends. And one thing about them is something that you pointed out. Their secondary, even with the pass rush, they get a pass rush at a rate at about 39, 40%. So the amount of pass rush they get is pretty healthy. Problem for them being is it takes them 2.79 seconds, I want to say 2.79 seconds from snap to pressure on the opposing quarterback. Dak Prescott's average time to throw is 2.69. So normally it takes the Packers pressure longer to develop than it takes Dak Prescott to get rid of the ball. That spells doom for a secondary who already doesn't cover well. So if your pass rush can't get to Dak Prescott in a timely manner and you can't cover well, it's a meal to be had for guys like CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks, who's heating up, and Jake Ferguson, who's regaining his stride after a couple of weeks of struggling. So, and again, you're also looking at the fact that their run defense is, for the narrative that is the Cowboys' run defense is bad. It's actually not bad. It's just not great, but it's not bad. The Packers' defense is much worse in almost all major categories and some subcategories as well. So Tony Pollard, Rico Dowdle, they can, have a very good day here. And guess what that does? That helps neutralize the pass rush and then also helps open up down the field plays. So I just don't see the Packers having a substantive game plan that's going to work, because they might have a great blueprint, but they don't have the horses. And that's what I mean when I say the Cowboys would have to massively play down to this competition in order, to lose this game. And if they do, then yeah, they're in trouble.
Pat, that's the angle that I think I'm most concerned about in this one, is the run game and what Aaron Jones can do. Aaron Jones has had a lot of success against this team. Matt LaFleur specifically, during his time in Green Bay, the times where he was in Tennessee, with the Rams, when playing the Cowboys, his teams have never rushed for fewer than 125 yards on the Cowboys. And the Cowboys in the last couple of years, when teams run for 125 or more against them, they're 4-9. And so what is the key point this week for you can't let Aaron Jones beat you? How do you contain him and not let Green Bay get into a potential Buffalo game plan?
You're going to have to deploy a guy like Marquise Bell and a guy like Donovan Wilson, and also Jordan Lewis in run support as well. And when I say Jordan Lewis in run support, I mean, look at what Jordan Lewis was able to do a couple weeks ago against the Lions, the way he picked off the ball on the running back screen. That's kind of like the Alvin Kamara package that they had him on against the Saints a couple years or so ago, where you have to have your nickel guy help on those screens. Because when it comes to Aaron Jones, you have to keep in mind, he's not necessarily a guy that likes to do the dirty runs up the interior. He can, but Jonathan Hankins is back. He's going to have big bodies to contend with there. So knowing that he's as effective on the edge and trying to get out in space, and the Packers thrive on plays after contact, yards after the catch. And Aaron Jones is one of those guys. Marquise Bell needs to have a game like he had against Austin Eckler, needs to have a game like he had against Jahmyr Gibbs and some of those speedier edge guys who can get outside and do some damage. Donovan Wilson, he's going to be key in run support as well, as he always is. So it's about protecting the edges and making sure that your linebackers and the nickel guy and, the safety that you like to play down, they are going to have a task. Damone Clark as well. They're going to have a task of making sure that when Aaron Jones bounces outside, can you keep him from hitting the second level? If you can do that, you're golden. But also keep in mind here, Bobby, Aaron Jones, for as good as he is between the 20s, the Packers cannot figure out how to get him going inside the red zone. The red zone offense is not great at all as it comes to running the ball. But what you got to keep an eye on is they'll leak Aaron Rodgers out of the backfield. Aaron Jones, God, I'm so traumatized by Aaron Rodgers. They'll leak Aaron Jones out of the backfield in the red zone and kind of use like a quick screen or a flip pass. It's kind of like a quasi run. That's how they try to substitute for an actual run offense in the red zone. But so for as good as Aaron Jones is, two things you can do. Number one, play the edges very well. Number two, I'm looking at your offense, Dak Prescott, and the receivers, put up points. That deletes the run game, forces the game on Jordan Love. And number three, if it so happens that they get into the red zone, you have the advantage of knowing their offensive line can't block well enough for him to be effective on the ground. So then it makes them one-dimensional in that you just look for him to come out of the backfield on a flip or a screen pass.
Patrick, what do you make of all the immediate Dan Quinn to Seattle talk after Pete Carroll is out?
It just makes perfect sense. It really does make perfect sense, and I hate it, but but it does. At the end of the day, that's an organization that's super familiar with Dan Quinn from his days engineering and orchestrating the Legion of Boom. I mean, he's won a Super Bowl there as a defensive coordinator, and if you're Dan Quinn, one of the biggest things that you're looking at when it comes to assessing potential head coaching situations is you don't want another situation like you had in Atlanta, but you also don't necessarily want to do a full rebuild. I mean, the tools are there for you in Seattle. Geno Smith, you even proven that you have at least a capable guy in Drew Lock behind him who can come in and win a big game if you need. You got your running back, Kenneth Walker. You got DK Metcalf, and you got Tyler Lockett, and you got some horses on the defensive side of the ball as well. And you have a GM in John Schneider who knows how to help build a team. So yeah, that's a perfect situation for Dan Quinn. But I can also tell you that that doesn't necessarily preclude other opportunities. I mean, maybe he does look at the Carolina Panthers or some other team and say, you know what, I want to be the one that gets all the credit for rebuilding this from scratch. So who knows? But as it stands, those guys, Dan Quinn and Will McClay, they deserve all of the attention they're getting. But they're also locked in on the task at hand because they know if they lose to this Packers team, particularly Dan Quinn, all of that interest that we're hearing starts to die down real quickly if you get a first-round exit.
Patrick, would you lean more towards this Cowboys-Packers game being decided by 10 or more points or 10 or less points? 10 or more points.
I feel as if this Cowboys team is locked in, walking around this locker room and talking to these guys. I mean, it's just business. It's all business. I think they have learned lessons like Arizona, although that was in Arizona, but playing down to lesser teams can get you in trouble. And they know. I talked to Brandon Cooks yesterday, and one of his biggest things, and this is one of the bigger leaders in the locker room, and he's been here before, Stephon as well, and beyond, their message to the entire locker room is don't play down to the competition. Treat these guys as if this is the Super Bowl. If you want to make it to the Super Bowl, this has to be it. And the next week has to be it as well. And then the week after. It's 4 one-game seasons from here on out. So I feel like they're going to come in locked in, focused. They earn home field advantage. We know that they're dominant at home. And, the fans are going to be loud. I think that energy gets them right. So I would say 15 or more points, to be honest, unless they start sleepwalking. Then they're in trouble. Don't sleepwalk. Just go in here, punch them in the mouth, force the game on the young quarterback who can't throw on the run, a running game who can't get going in the red zone, and you should blow them out. So go do it.
Fantastic preview. Thank you as always, man. We'll catch up.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys soon.
Patrick Walker, the piece is going to drop on the website, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Crosstalk with KMC right after this. But do not sit there and leave your investments.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Bassick is already attempting to troll. We got Kevin Hagelin, Michael, and Corey Majors.
Mike, I heard the song yesterday. I tagged you in Twitter on it. I was walking around, and that song I was trying to tell you about, The Temptations, My Girl, it was playing over the speakers.
Oh, my God, dude.
Look at him. See? You see him,
I
Sean,
clicked
now?
on it. I clicked on your Twitter link. I saw it.
My favorite thing yesterday, Bobby just started listing all these old songs, and Mike just walks away and he goes, "You're driving me insane." Just very calmly.
Did he list 100 of them like that one day?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He was attempting to.
The boss whispered in his ear, "Don't ever do that again."
He said, "I know it was you, Fredo."
Don't ever do that.
He gave him a hug when he did it. He brought him in, and I was
Corey.
like, "Don't ever do that again."
On the show today, I'm just going to tease what I have for
Yeah, go
baseball
ahead, man.
nuggets.
Antonio
In
Freeman.
baseball nuggets, I have huge breaking news, probably even bigger than the Bill Belichick news.
Huge nuggets.
But what else is coming up on the show?
I think tomorrow when you take over Crosstalk.
Whoa.
Sean's
Corey
back.
Paul.
Sean's back.
Sean, are you here
You're
tomorrow?
like, there's Mr. October Reggie Jackson. I think you might be Mr. Friday. Where you just
Friday.
like you just party on Thursday night and don't show up on Fridays.
Yes.
Oh, Uptown Sharif.
Yes. I have nothing to say.
My buddy's an idiot.
Should people be careful with you right now?
No, that
Be
was
nice
yesterday.
to Sean,
No,
you jerks.
That was yesterday.
My buddy's an idiot at 11:20. We have Mickey at 10:20 and some other stuff as well. But Mike, yours is the most important at 10:40 today.
Was it baseball or basketball
No,
nuggets?
it's baseball nuggets.
We don't do basketball nuggets.
And obviously
around the
Belichick is out.
He will
Surprisingly,
not be managing the Rangers next
surprisingly,
year,
I'll just give you a little tease. Surprisingly, somebody is out with the Rangers that you would have never have guessed.
John Burkett.
No, not.
Oh, my
It's
God.
for 10:45.
CJ Nikowski.
We already know that.
Oh.
That's not breaking news.
Do you have any good names to throw at us, like other pitchers with shoulder and arm surgery history that the Rangers could sign?
Clayton Kershaw?
Perfect.
Yeah.
I mean,
Back surgery or
I think
whatever,
that's
shoulder surgery.
I think it's 50-50. 50% he goes back to LA, 50% he's a Texas Ranger, and then I guess I should put a percentage on he retires.
If he's healthy, he's the opening day starter.
I think it would be
It's Evaldi, I know.
But I do think that Kershaw possibly would be your game. Well, no, he's not going to be healthy, right?
No, he's it's shoulder. He'll be done back to
Which
May,
coach
June.
between Saban and Belichick have a greater claim to GOAT status in their sport?
Probably gonna go Belichick. That is a hard question.
Is there a reason specifically that you are? Because I got to give
He's a
Saban
big
a lot
RC
of credit
Slocum guy.
for
That bum.
the type of turnover that they have in college, where your quarterback is changing as consistently as it is and still having that kind of success. And I know he has a lot of power to hold over them, but Belichick kind of reined that power up in New England from what we hear from those players too. So is there a specific reason?
Yeah.
Is it just because it's NFL?
No. I just think it's the timing of the NFL with the salary cap and Belichick being able to continue to win. Whereas Saban, I'm not saying what he did isn't impressive. It's very impressive. But also he got to a point maybe midway through where he could have just about whatever player he wanted. So that's why I'd give a slight edge to Belichick. They're both amazing though.
Because
Belichick couldn't win with Mac Jones though.
He did first year.
Nobody can.
Yeah.
Saban did it in his first year, won a national title. Belichick couldn't get it done in 3.
The thing that is interesting is Bill gets to pick the players. Saban doesn't get to pick the players. He has to convince them to go there, which at the end, you said, they were on cruise control at one point, but not in the beginning.
Yeah.
At the beginning, the Alabama was not Alabama.
Thanks, Fran.
And yeah, right.
They're both arguably the greatest coaches ever in their sport.
Yeah, that was the point of the question.
Well, I know, but I think
Although
there's.
Saban-
I will
You are
say this:
salty
I
today.
think there's more contenders in college because you can go back. So I go back to Vince Lombardi. He didn't win 7 NFL championships. I can go to Bill Walsh. He didn't win 7 Super Bowls. He blew everybody out of the water. Nick Saban didn't. I'm not saying he's not the greatest in college, but he didn't blow everybody out of the water with championships and everything. Because you can go back to who's the A&M Alabama hat guy.
Bear
Bryant.
Bear Bryant.
Like, I mean, let's go look at Bear Bryant. Let's go look at
the hat guy. Huh?
He wore a hat.
So he did.
He did wear a hat. There was
So did Tom Landry. Yeah.
So I just think that there are
A
other
neighbor
college
across the
coaches
alley.
that would. It's so long ago, but you would have an argument of, heck, maybe they are as good as Saban's resume. Nobody even comes close, really, when it comes to the championships of Belichick's resume.
I think we were all in agreement with this when we talked about it earlier. I don't remember what Chop said, but I think he was in agreement.
I mean, I don't remember what
The
I said.
idea of like, if over
point.
the last 15 years you flipped Saban and Saban was coaching the Patriots for the last 15 years and Belichick was at Bama for the last 15 years, who gets closer to whose success? Because I think Saban probably wins Super Bowls. I don't know that Belichick wins national
I
titles.
almost feel like football is not even the same sport for coaches. You might as well tell me they can go coach soccer, because I feel like NFL football.
Saban's done it.
I know.
He
I'm just
failed.
saying that it's such a different thing. If you talk to college coaches, 30% of their time is actually coaching football. 70% of their time is recruiting and keeping their recruits at the school. It's 100%, I'll say 90% coaching in the NFL, 10% keeping your players somewhat happy. But guess what? The owners made sure to do a great job of having no free agency ever. You can never leave your team if you're good at football. So it's almost like two totally different sports. I've talked to college baseball coaches about this, and maybe it's a little bit different, but they're like, literally, we are doing way more recruiting than we are coaching. We don't.
Oh, yeah.
You're limited on your coaching time on the field, and then you're spending so much time on emails, text messages.
Because people think the portal broke Saban. It broke.
I've
it.
heard that. Yeah.
I mean, look, you have to recruit. You got to coach, and normally you had to recruit high school kids. Well, now you got to recruit high school kids.
Not if you're Deion.
You have to recruit, right?
Right.
You got to recruit transfers, and then you've got to recruit your own players that you already have in-house every single day, and you've got to convince them to stay every single day. And that is a proposition that if you're 70 years old and you've been doing business one way your entire life, and all of a sudden they come in and say, "Oh, you also now have to do social media." You're like, "Well, crap, man. I don't want to do that. I don't want to learn
Especially when he can
new.
make as much money doing his Geico commercials as he can doing the.
And I know
coaching.
that college coaches won't do this, but if you were LSU's coach and you're recruiting a high school kid, let's say out of DeSoto, and you're not sure if he would play his freshman year, would you say, "Hey, I know this probably isn't what you want to do. Go play every down at Louisiana Tech for me. I'm not going to be there, obviously, but I'm promising you this. You're going to play every down at Louisiana Tech. After your freshman year, because it's going to be tough for you to play here. But if you play there and do as well as I think you can, I can bring you in as a sophomore and then play you immediately for 2 years and get you drafted." It's really tough now to tell a kid, wait your turn, and I promise you I'm not going to go get a transfer to take your spot because you were sitting on the bench not playing. I just saw this kid play at Louisiana Tech, Louisiana Monroe, TCU. I can go get these kids to LSU or whatever and get them to come here. So I'd be like, I don't see as a freshman the point of signing with a major university as a college kid unless you know that you're going to play almost every down. I mean, there's a kid from Duncanville that went to Ohio State, sat his ass on the bench. It was a stupid decision. I thought it was from the beginning. And now he's in the transfer portal. I haven't seen where he signed yet. He might be going to Texas.
What's his name? All right. Back to you.
Yeah.
You talked to him, though.
But it's just one of these things where I don't know why you'd ever sign with Ohio State, LSU, Texas, if you are a high school kid, unless they're promising you are going to play as a freshman.
The portal screwed. It really has screwed high school kids.
So everyone is now tying Dan Quinn to Seattle after Carroll left. I want you to tell me the guys.
We tied Ken Griffey Jr. there yesterday. We feel like that's the best guy.
Jay Buhner.
Edgar Martinez.
Yep.
And then Sean Kemp could run their offense.
Yep.
I want you to tell me the guys
From jail?
that you
He's in
would.
jail?
He didn't go to jail for that, I don't believe.
They followed up. He did. It turned out he did get.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not the Rain Man.
Well,
Yep.
Detlef Schrempf.
Oh, he was making it rain something
Changed
else.
my mind.
Tell me if you would take and hire Dan Quinn for an NFL job over the following guys. All right? Belichick, Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Vrabel. Would you hire Dan Quinn as your next head coach over any of those guys? Belichick, Pete Carroll,
Yes.
Harbaugh, Vrabel.
No.
Maybe over Vrabel.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, what skin on the wall does Vrabel
Yes, over
have?
the first two.
Yes to Belichick and Pete Carroll.
I would take Dan Quinn over both of them.
Okay. Anyone else have a name that you would?
I'd take Dan Quinn over Carroll and Vrabel.
Wow.
Well, Vrabel, I mean, for everything that we say about him, Dan Quinn went to a Super Bowl. Vrabel hasn't done that.
Well,
What?
Matt Ryan.
Pete Carroll looks
Versus
young, right? But
Ryan.
he's 70-something, right?
72.
72.
Yeah. I'm
Going
not
on
taking-
42.
I get he's been a very great coach, should be in both Hall of Fames, college and
Comes
pro.
the ageist.
But no, yeah, I'm an ageist here. I'm not hiring a 73-year-old guy.
And that goes for Belichick. I'm sorry.
He's 71.
Listening to,
He's
I
71.
was
We're in
listening
good
to y'all
shape
this
there.
morning with Florio and just hearing Broadus yesterday and crosstalk with us.
Were you listening?
When you were, when y'all asked about Pete Carroll not being there anymore with Schneider, and he was talking about Schneider, Broadus made it sound more like Schneider wants to go a new direction, and the age of Carroll, he doesn't think that he can implement and fulfill everything they want to see for the future there.
So you apply that same statement to Belichick's age?
A little bit. I know that if I'm getting Belichick, I'm kind of getting, I know different sport, I'm getting kind of Larry Brown. I'm getting maybe 3 years. The problem is out of all the greatest coaches in NFL history, they all have an unbelievable tree of success with their assistant coaches. Belichick has no tree. They all die. They just all go other places and are pathetic coaches for the most part.
And his
So the
tree
tough
now
thing
consists
is-
of his sons as his coordinators.
Yeah, so the tough thing is if I hired Belichick going, well, this is great. He's only going to, I'll just give you an example. I think Bochy's going to manage 2, maybe 3 more years with the Rangers. I hope it's more, but they have Will Venerable there to just take over. He's the next manager. He's their bench coach. He's their next manager of the Rangers. When that happens, they feel great about the transition. They're hiring an older manager. If you hire Belichick, he has proven throughout his history nobody's actually good on his staff if they leave Belichick. So that's the only tough part
There's
about
one guy.
Belichick.
All right.
Saban.
Well, not in pros.
Yeah. Well, no, but he's part of that tree. I mean, that
True.
was it.
So you're saying-
Kirk Ferentz was on that tree? Was that
You're saying
staff?
Jerry
They
should
were
hire
all there at
both.
the same time, and then
I
that
know.
Cleveland franchise had to relocate within a few years. How did that happen?
Art Modell.
Jerry should hire both of them.
I think we
Nick
should
Saban
hire all
and
3.
Bill Belichick.
We should keep McCarthy,
Okay.
hire Belichick,
Defensive coordinator,
Saban,
yeah.
and Pete Carroll.
Wow.
And keep Dan Quinn.
And have Tony Romo call plays.
We're back
Well, he
tomorrow.
did.
Right
That's what he
now.
did for Jason
It's
Garrett. He was so
ridiculous.
pathetic at it. Your guy.
We'll have Mike McCarthy tomorrow.
My God.
And RJ with a brand new playoff song.
Yes, sir.
It could break the record.
We're gonna drop it right now.
It could.
We're going to record it. We're not going to drop it till tomorrow.
Yeah. Learn the lingo, man.
I know the lingo.
We're back tomorrow morning.
Oh, God.
It's the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What legendary or almost legendary coach do you believe will retire today? 877-881-1053. Yesterday, we got Pete Carroll, then Nick Saban. This morning, Bill Belichick. Who do you think will be next to retire? I want to know that on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. I don't know if you want or need a platform to respond, but WrestleMania was taking some shots at you this morning. I don't know why. We clearly did nothing to start this.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just, igniting a fire that doesn't exist. But I didn't listen. It was at 6:40, so yeah, I wasn't ready for that.
I would like to go on record and say that I listen to all segments of the station, no matter what time they are, because it's important to Tolo the appropriate way. But I respect where you are on this, Alec, because
sleep is good.
It was more of a shot at Peyton than anything else, and that's what's important here.
Yes, very clear. The company text where we were taking shots personally at Sean and RJ.
I would have guessed Greg Popovich. If he would have lost last night in Detroit to that team, I thought maybe Pop will retire.
But instead, Wemby had a triple-double in 21 minutes, man.
That's predicted.
They're going all the way.
I knew it. Well, maybe not.
They still should have played that game. It was closer than the game they played at 141 to 105. Golden State is finished.
Has Detroit been eliminated already?
Not technically.
Honestly,
logically, yes.
They're about 7 losses away. They're 3-35. I would say once you get to 42 losses and the best you could do is 40 and 42, you're pretty much done.
Kevin, you remember you learned about the extreme DUI? That is extreme tanking right now.
Okay, I will crunch the numbers and figure out what their magic number is to get eliminated.
Maybe Monty
from
Williams
the
should say, I can't believe you haven't fired me yet. I quit.
Now, we're going to talk about a team that still does have a chance to go all the way. Fire off cut number 2, if you will, because the offense was raining down last night.
Fed behind the net, loose puck available there. Bogosian wins the race, but Marchman came over to challenge him. Marchman took the puck away. Sagan scores! That happened in a hurry. Marchman sets up Tyler Sagan for his
16th goal of the game.
Actually, it did kind of feel like that.
That's what he said, right?
Yeah, I think that was of the season.
Oh. Man, can we play Minnesota every game?
Yeah,
now,
like we get.
That is a great question because the Dallas Stars victorious last night over the Wild 7-2, sweeping the season series versus the Wild 3-0 and defeating them a combined 19-5 in the process.
Jeez, I didn't know it was 19-5. All I know is the second goal they scored, I think, was 5-on-0. All the Stars went into the penalty box for 2 minutes and just said, hey, let's see if you guys can score with no defense.
And then Hartman did.
It took them 1 minute and 3 seconds. They couldn't even do it in 3 seconds. But I was like, this is really getting to know hockey. When it's 5-on-3, I'm thinking to myself, how do you not score 5-on-3? You have 2 minutes where they are just playing a triangle and praying.
Of zone defense.
Yeah, they're just
hoping,
praying that,
there's no angle.
is there any way you guys can screw this up? And even Minnesota scored 1 goal in that situation.
Indeed, they did. Indeed, they did. So victory for the Stars. Now, as you might have guessed by this score, just about everybody on the roster got a point yesterday, including Did you see who scored the second goal of the game to make it 2-0 Stars?
Oh, crap. I didn't see this one. I'm just going to guess Sagan because he had 16.
Ooh, who's your favorite Stars
I
player?
think it's Matt Duchene scored that goal.
The dude. Oh, I did
is
see that one.
correct.
I did see that one. He flipped it. He gave it a nice little flip
He's been what a wonderful addition to this team.
right in the center. About, I don't know, 15 feet from the goal, maybe 10.
Okay, see, you
Yeah,
saw
I
it.
did.
You
I actually
know.
did watch that one.
Now,
I didn't see goal 6 and 7 at 5-2 with minimal time left.
6 was the one we just played.
Okay, that's when, I'm just going to be honest, it was on TNT. I watched quite a bit of it, but at 5-2 is after they scored the 5-on-3,
Yes.
and then we went, obviously, then they had a 5-on-4 and didn't score on that. And I was like, I'm pretty sure the Stars have this one with minimal time left.
Yes, and they would tag on 2 more goals. They were victorious. But I was reading an article in the Dallas Morning News, and essentially how playing the guitar in country music helped your favorite player fit into the team, Mike.
Duchene?
Yes.
Number 95. He is good. I hope we can keep him for a while.
Can
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Who's the fastest skater on the Stars? Because I think he is. And if you're a bigger star, I'm sure there's way bigger stars than Rope, number 24.
I think so.
Rope kind of makes me mad at times. I feel like he can be a turnover machine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
we're in black and green tonight, Rope. That's what I want to tell him at times.
Watch just the way that he flies into the zone, and they set up for him to have a head of steam as he goes in the zone. That dude can skate.
Now, this is going to start. I thought you would want some background about your favorite player. Maybe Stars fans in general. Maybe you know this. Maybe you don't. He had to go down the Ronnie Lott route last year.
Cut a finger off?
Well, he had to cut the tip of his left ring finger off on March 26th because he took a shot into his hand. It immediately sent him into the tunnel. He needed 2 surgeries and ended his season. And he thought maybe this could be career ending. Ended up picking up with the Stars.
And he thought losing the tip of his finger would be career ending?
And because of the surgeries that went along with it. And
Interesting.
I think the concern was the grip of your stick and ability to do that.
Stop it, Mike.
Man, I'm trying to give
trying
you
to have
a
a serious hockey
segment,
conversation.
Mike.
This is good. I'm learning.
More. He was also a guitar player. And so this, as you could probably guess, also impacted his ability to play the guitar. So while he got back into hockey straight away, it took him a little bit longer to start playing the guitar. But that's how he is bonded with so many people on the Stars. Because he said essentially we had not like a literal campfire, but it was like a campfire setting where everyone was just sitting around and he was taking requests. And he says Jason Robertson is the best singer on the team, or at least in the group that was singing with him. And he was like, man, he can carry a tune pretty good.
Corey, when he was playing, would he have to explain that's where the note should be if I had the rest
No,
of my finger?
I bet he was able to figure it out.
So
He's
just
probably
know
able to-
if I'm missing one of these Guitar Hero things, you know why.
I once had a barber with 3 fingers, all right? Like,
Oh, no!
on both hands.
What?
Yeah.
So he was
what
So he
fingers?
would hold the hair and accidentally snipped a finger off at one point, and he's like, I gotta go ambidextrous, and then did it again.
He was able to no, he was in the war, Mike, and he lost most of his fingers in the war.
Which war?
The war, dude. And
Vietnam?
I don't know. He was old whenever I got my hair cut. And so
The
but
Gulf?
he had 2 fingers on this hand, and then he had one on this hand.
Tell people listening, which hand is
He had
this?
2 fingers on his left. It was his finger and his thumb. And then
Okay.
he had 1 finger on
Pointer
this
finger.
on his right hand and kind of like a nub for a thumb.
And he could cut.
And dude, it was the cleanest cut. And I trusted that dude to do a straight blade shave on the back of my neck. Not the front because I didn't have any hair on my face at the time.
Let me ask you a question.
What?
Was this guy always available? Like, was his schedule open
No,
for
dude,
you?
it was packed.
Okay.
I guarantee you, ask people that went to that place at Mockingbird and Abrams, it was the best haircut you'd ever get. They're no longer there, but it was awesome. So yeah, people with less fingers can still do great things.
The New York Giant.
Yeah, Michael Strahan.
He has less fingers?
I'm just kidding. It was JPP. I just wanted to see if you were locked in. All right. So Jason Robertson was a great singer, and he said a few months later, the team went to Florida. They went to a live music venue on their day off, and Duchesne volunteered to get on stage and sing Whiskey Glasses by Morgan Wallen in front of his teammates who joined in singing alongside him. And that's why, bam, instantly part of the team culture.
I bet you know that song. I don't know that song.
Whiskey Glasses?
You want to sing it for us?
I don't.
It's
I'll
like,
be very honest.
Is it like women look better with whiskey glasses?
Probably. I'm betting
sense.
you're going to hear a Morgan Wallen song soon.
I think I might have heard. I think I might have heard that song.
I'm not too into today's country, I guess.
But I think I've heard it. I think it's about like the more whiskey you drink, the better she looks.
I mean, that's true. Because your standards drop.
Has that song never been written before? I feel like, aren't there like many country songs like that?
Well, David, it might be called Beer Goggles.
Oh my gosh! All right, so Mike,
promise
one
I have
night.
more info about the Stars if you want.
No, hold on. One night we were at Redneck Heaven.
With me?
I was there.
I think you were there.
Is
It
that
was
where
for
they eat
Fan Bowl.
fish?
It was for Fan Bowl.
Like
and
the minnows.
You never even called me by my name. Came on, and Kevin had never heard this song.
By Hank Williams Jr.?
But well, I mean, it was David Allen Coe.
By David? I knew it was 3 words. 3 names.
But like that he
You
does,
and RJ were so mad at me.
yes,
for
and
not
there were
knowing
other
that
people.
song.
Tim was mad at. There were other people that were very mad at you for that. And there's a line in there where he says how to make the perfect country and western song. And being drunk, getting out of prison, your truck. There are lots of there are certain things. So Kevin, yes, that song probably already has
And
been
that's
written.
the one that's like, why do you drink to get drunk?
That's Hank Williams Jr. That's not Hank Williams Jr.? That's Hank Williams Jr. what he just did.
It was a different song that Kevin just sang.
Is that's not the
You
song?
never even call me by my name.
That's Hank Williams Jr.
That's David Allen Coe.
All right.
Back to you guys, though. It's all right.
Don't ask me, Hank, why do you drink?
Okay.
That's in the song.
Okay. All
That's
right.
Hank Williams Jr.,
I think
right?
Kevin wants to move on, so we'll move on.
We'll figure this out.
I'm just trying to figure out the move on part.
All right, we'll figure this out.
Whatever. The Stars won.
Okay, what kind of a grade, because ESPN did the grades, you're essentially halfway through with the season for the Stars. What kind of a grade would you give the Stars for the first half of the season?
I would give the Stars an A- right now.
Okay.
I mean, because there have been some big teams, some things that they need to get over, and some moments that they've had, but they're still a very good damn playoff team.
And especially with some key injuries. We talked about Ottinger has been out. Now, Miro is out. That is more recent, but Ottinger, he posted an 880 save percentage, which is terrible in November and December. Then he got hurt, and they have still kept up. They're 24-11-5.
So I would give them a B-.
Oh, wow.
I came into this season thinking they were Stanley Cup contenders, and they're not.
You think
they're
right
going to make
now
the
they're
playoffs? Winnipeg, Colorado, Vancouver, and Vegas are better than those guys. So that puts you out in the first round. Now, maybe because the playoffs don't make any sense to me in the NHL, they just randomly, I think they draw it out of a hat. Here's the 8 playoff teams, and then they randomly say who
You
you're
could
playing.
very well play Colorado, yes.
I don't think right now, as is, they get out of the first round. Now, it doesn't mean they can't, but you're asking me right now today, I'm saying B to B- because I've seen them play Colorado live. I've seen them play Winnipeg. I've seen them play Vegas multiple times. I've seen them play Vancouver. They can't beat those teams in a 7-game series. And to me, I thought that they were going to arguably be the best team in the Western Conference, and they're the 5th best team in the Western Conference. I don't care about that. They have 2 more points than Vegas. If they played Vegas in a playoff series, they're getting shellacked. I think it'd be a 5-game series.
So that is interesting. I appreciate that. I appreciate that insight. Is ESPN did give them an A- for the first half. Drop them from the first quarter. They had them at an A. I would probably meet somewhere in the middle between you two because I was thinking probably B or B+. I might be leaning more towards B because I think they have like a little bit of Mavs syndrome going on. I know they won the last one against a high pressure opponent, but they have struggled against big time opponents. But The fact that they've done this a lot without Ottinger, the fact that they just picked up another win last night without Miro is still very impressive to me.
I guess my big concern still is like making it through this. It's a tough season. Like it's
For
a
sure.
long season, making it through healthy and getting to the other side of the playoffs and maybe even being at your healthiest. That looks like it's going to be difficult.
And yeah, to your point, like we said, about midway through the season, you've already lost two of your best, maybe 5 or 6 players for a prolonged period of time. So yeah, that is absolutely a concern. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on.
I'm confused on this Hank Williams Jr. thing.
You were thinking Kevin sang "Family Tradition" by Hank Williams
Did I
Jr.
sing the wrong
I
song?
was singing David Allan Coe's "You Never Even Called Me by My Name." They were 2 different songs. That's what I was trying to explain.
They sound similar though,
They-
honestly.
well-
when you guys did
well,
it,
Mike,
it feels similar.
that's kind of the point that Kevin made. Is hasn't that country song already been written?
There you go. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's your star/country music talk.
You're welcome.
Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and maybe 90s hip hop. I don't know. We might mix it all up together in every segment today. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
DFW's
Piece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
I'm good. Can I mark Stephon Gilmore off the list of concerns because he said, I've played through worse, whatever it takes, getting strong, he'll put on a harness, whatever. It sounds like he's like, I'm going to play no matter what on Sunday.
It sounds very encouraging, right? After the game, on the flight back home, from what I heard, it sounded encouraging. And then Jerry was very encouraged, but he would always be encouraged, right?
Sure.
And then when you hear it from McCarthy and then Gilmore too, I would say there's a good chance that he plays. Now, again, it's Thursday, and you got a couple more days to go, and you never know what might happen. But, yeah, he sounded very intent that he would be able to play in this game. And that's a good thing because, their depth at the cornerback position is not great. As a matter of fact, I was talking with Nashawn Wright yesterday, who came in for Gilmore when he got hurt, right, in the Washington game. And I was thinking, they're going to go right after the backup, right? They're going to just throw right at him.
Same.
And they didn't. I mean, he said I think they threw maybe one time my way the whole time he played there it was the second half. And I was like, I said, well, did that surprise you? And I said, or maybe you were covering so well that they didn't bother going your way. And he said, all I know is when I came in for him for a play or two against Miami, the first thing they did was put Tyreek Hill on my side and threw right at him. So, yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about, depth on the outside.
This morning we had Mike Florio on, and Sean and RJ did, and he was kind of discussing Bill Belichick and some things there. And I just saw this from Jane Slater. How's this productive? Also, the culture's never been better in that locker room. And I was just wanting to get your thoughts on the Cowboys locker room and the culture that McCarthy's built and how those guys are working together.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty good. I think, if you just look at the type of player they have, and not meaning physical player, but just the type of persons they have in that locker room. And there's really not, maybe, I don't know, one or two knuckleheads. The rest of them are pretty,
who are those, Mickey?
Guys.
I'm sorry. Who did you say those were?
Well, I'm going to let you guess because I bet you can come up with one, right?
Sam Williams.
There you go.
Okay.
I thought Sam Williams was delightful.
He is delightful, but you understand.
He is delightful.
A few years ago, Lyle Collins was a knucklehead.
He has a tendency to, make a slip up or two, right?
Sure.
But it's been a pretty good locker room.
Yes.
And I think what Mike McCarthy, when he was talking about it, was talking about how the veterans have to bring in the rookie class, the draft class, and integrate them into the team because you're going to need those guys to be able to produce going down the road in a long season. And they've got a lot of young guys that stepped up this year. I know it's not this draft class, but Jake Ferguson probably made you forget about Dalton Schultz, right?
For sure.
And I think they still feel like there's stuff to get out of Peyton Hendershot after he got back from the injury. So there's some young guys, TJ Bass, right? Rookie free agent. And he steps in, and you didn't miss, it seemed like, Tyler Smith. And Tyler Smith should be missed because I don't remember if I said it yesterday or not, but on the NFLPA All-Pro team, the Cowboys' two guards were first-team All-Pro on the players voting for that team. So to step in for him the way he's been playing, it's a pretty good deal. The same thing with Brock Hoffman.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that because I wanted to stop on that and see where we are in the. I know McCarthy said he was limited in practice yesterday, how the progression of Tyler Smith is looking. And then as you were just kind of talking about it, not that you feel okay, but do you feel a little better knowing that TJ Bass could potentially be there?
Yeah, I think he's had a couple times that he's had to step in, and for the most part, he's done a pretty good job. And if you look at, where they were running, it was between the tackles in that game, and they really didn't give up much pressure on Dak. He didn't get sacked, right? He didn't have to run out of the pocket to save from getting sacked. So the guys in the middle, and by the way, that includes Tyler Biadasz, and I know he's the guy everybody wants to pick on, but go find yourself better centers at this point in a season. So I think between the three of those guys in the middle, they did a really good job in this last game.
And Tyler Smith, progression-wise, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I think we got to see. I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction if he practices it on a limited basis, but you don't know how much was limited, right? Was it limited that he didn't take all the snaps in the sessions that he should be in, or was he limited because, I don't know how much he can do, right? So I think that one still is to be seen at this point. Zach Martin said, yeah, he's good, but he somewhat emphasized when we were chatting with him to the side that he was pretty darn sick on Sunday.
We had some significant names leaving the NFL yesterday. Well, and I guess college football as well yesterday, Mickey. And just kind of looking at this, I just feel like it's kind of like quarterbacks that have been there for so long. You just assume that quarterback play is going to stay at that level, or you just, you get used to those names being involved. What are your thoughts on like the guys like Carroll and Belichick being moved on from with their respective teams?
Yeah, I think, Carroll, that one surprised me because I thought he did a pretty good job coaching this year, but maybe, the fact that they kind of promoted him to an advisory role, maybe he just kind of said to himself, you know what, I just can't do this anymore. And who knows, they may had told him, okay, we're moving on, right? But, he's done a heck of a job. And then the Belichick thing, I think, for somewhat the writing's been on the wall these last 3 or 4 years. And maybe he was trying to do too much. Maybe it got to the point where coaching and kind of being the ad hoc general manager and making all the personnel decisions, started to overwhelm him. So, but again, when you look at, and Saban aside, in the NFL, when you look at some of these guys that got dismissed, go tell me who the quarterback is.
Yeah.
Think about it. The only guy that I think got dismissed was the Chargers, and, Justin Herbert's pretty good, but the rest of those guys, if you take that job, you're going to have to solve the quarterback position.
Yeah.
And that's definitely a tough thing to do. And as for Saban, I thought he would coach to, 80 years old, that he would never give up. But it sounds like he did.
He did, Kevin.
Well, I mean, and supposedly the current state of college football.
He's in the office today, though, helping out. He's there right now.
Well, think about that, too. And it dawned on me, and it's like, I don't know that, he had his 1 year at Miami in the NFL, and he didn't like it. But I was thinking yesterday, I'm going, if he takes an NFL job, he doesn't have to worry about recruiting 18-year-old kids. He doesn't have to worry about NILs. He doesn't have to worry about the portal. He doesn't have to worry about guys being academically ineligible, although that doesn't happen anymore, does it, for some reason?
I got a story for you about that, about college basketball later, about that exact thing. That's really interesting.
Okay. Well, I want to hear it because I have not seen a football player get listed as academically ineligible, right?
Yes.
And especially if they're getting paid in NIL, who's ever paying them probably won't let that happen either, by the way.
Oh, for sure.
There's your tutors.
But just think, it might be an easier job in the NFL than it is in college right now. And the way colleges are paying head coaches, it's not a bad gig.
Are you telling me that you're leaving DallasCowboys.com to go
What are you
become
doing
a college
right
coach? I just wanted to check. What if that was breaking
Man,
news?
that would be an amazing story.
Well, if they want to make me head coach, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I like it. I like that idea.
I'm in on that as well. All right. Well,
as long as you come on with us daily,
Yeah.
you still have to hang out with us on a daily basis.
That's a deal.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Boy, wouldn't that be amazing? How you get the head coach every day?
Yeah. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys insider and new Alabama coach. It's Mickey Spagnola. That would be awesome. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow. So be ready with that prediction.
I'll sleep on it.
I don't know if he means
He will.
that.
He will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now
He has to sleep.
Yeah.
That is true. I didn't get a chance. I mentioned it, but I didn't get to dive into this story yesterday about Shohei Ohtani. Is out in California. I believe their comptroller or whatever their equivalent of that is.
That sounds so made up.
I know.
What is a comptroller? Is it a police officer that's on patrol?
No, they're like the person.
They control the comps.
They
That's all
control like the purse strings and everything for the government, or that specific government. All right, so she has requested that California change their tax code to put a cap. Hold on, I'm not suggesting this,
I'm listening
Mike.
to the socialist state right now and seeing what they want. Not socialist, sorry, democratic.
To cap the deferred payments, because as you talked about in the past, is Ohtani's deal, the way it's set up to defer those payments, assuming he won't be in California at the time,
right,
could save him $98 million per the California Center for Jobs and Economy. And so that's why people in the state are like, hold on just a second.
Yeah.
So we're losing all of this money because of a tax loophole. Do you think there's any chance that this will work? And if you're Shohei Ohtani, can't you argue, I already signed my contract?
Yeah, he signed it in 23. This was no law in 2023. If you make this a law in 2024 or 2030, because I have all that deferred money, I'm still not going to get till, 2034 it starts or whatever?
Correct.
I would feel like if you made a law like that, your lawyers would argue, that's great. That's a new law. If we re-sign with the LA Dodgers in 2034, we now know the deferred money is going to be taxed tremendously in California.
Yep.
But we signed it in 2023 when we signed this based off of the laws in 2023. You can't now change the law on me and tax me for a contract I signed before this was in law. That's what I would think, but California loves taking all your money, and that's why we have so many places that are from California moving to Texas so that they can do proper business.
And that might be just a springboard. Like Ohtani might just be the person who's like, well, this is why we got to change it. We might not get his money, but maybe we can get future athletes.
To your
money.
point, true, because I guess it's a little bit different because there is a salary cap in football and there is a salary cap in basketball. Is that if you were Steph Curry, maybe your next contract, you say, you know what? My next contract is $2 million a year with $58 million deferred per year.
Right.
And now you're getting $60 million, but you know that he might live in California anyways. Like Shohei's like, I'm not going to live in California after my baseball career is over. I'm going to live in Japan. I don't know if Curry's moving back to the East Coast when his career is over. I don't know his life. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. At the same time, there's a reason that like golfers don't like living in California. I mean, literally, they're like, this is not the place, even though they'd love to live in California. California, beautiful weather, great weather, probably the best weather in the United States of America. But they do certain things because they are Hollywood. They tax actors, actresses, entertainers. It's an entertainment tax that they have that I believe no other state in the United States of America has this. I believe it's a 13% entertainment.
13.1%.
That you have to, if you play on the Dodgers, Lakers, whoever it is, you have to pay because they have Hollywood there and they feel like they can extract as much money as they can from you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, It's time for Baseball and Tax Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, unbeknownst to all of us Ranger fans, MLB Network announced Jonah Heim's retirement last night. Next.
Happy New Year. Babe Laufenberg here. It seems...
They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Frisco off of Preston. If you want to come and hang out with us, there will also be a ticket giveaway from Miller Lite for Cowboys playoff tickets, but you got to register. We'll be there from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. if you want to come check us out off of Preston in Frisco. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
All right, so if you heard my tease, MLB Network last night announced Jonah Heim's retirement. Obviously, I was teasing, but the tease is they did the top 10 catchers right now, and we talked about it yesterday, and I thought Jonah Heim would finish third. To be honest, I thought it would be Adley Rutschman and Will Smith 1 and 2, and then I thought Jonah Heim would be third. Now, why did I think this? I guess I'm a moron, because he was the starting all-star in the American League, and then he won the Gold Glove, and then he won the World Series, catching every game for the Texas Rangers, literally every playoff game. They never felt like, and I understand, they never felt like we need to give him a day off. They're like, look, we know that you're tired, but, and Jonah's like, I'm going to fight through this. And he was fighting through an injury in September/October. I don't know how perfect the injury became, like as in how healed the injury became, but healed enough that he could play. At one point, he couldn't even switch hit. It's like, I'm not good enough to switch hit with my injury, but they ended up not putting him on the top 10 list at all. And I thought, you got to be kidding me, for the dude who won the American League Gold Glove, the starting all-star, and the guy who had big hit after big hit. I rewatched Game 6, by the way, this morning against the Houston Astros.
Yes.
Obviously not against the Diamondbacks. We didn't have to play six games.
That's right.
Is Jonah Heim had so many big hits, too, in the Houston Astros series. And if you remember, had a big hit in Game 5, the clinching game of the World Series. That didn't matter at all. In fact, it didn't matter because number 10, Gabriel Moreno, who is an up-and-coming stud in Major League Baseball. I'm not trying to knock him. He's number 10 for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He wasn't even in the major leagues all year last year. Like, I mean, I think he's going to be a future all-star and a really good player. But number 10 on the list is Moreno, the catcher for Arizona. I wasn't upset with him being number 10 at the time. I actually watched this live. I was flipping between this and flipping between the Dallas Stars game. And I'm like, all right, that makes sense. I get they're going to put an up-and-comer on the list. And a guy who had a very good second half, a guy who was the catcher of the National League champion Arizona Diamondbacks. Boy, I tell you what, when they announced him, they seemed to give him credit for being such a young catcher. And you know what? They gave him credit for helping a staff get to the World Series. So I'm like, makes all the sense in the world. This is why I'm putting Jonah Heim at 3, because he actually helped the team win the World Series.
Win the
MLB
damn thing.
Network. In fact, do they even know that Al Leiter's son is Jack Leiter in the Texas Rangers organization? Because I think they're just totally ignoring the Texas Rangers on that station. Next was Cal Raleigh for the Seattle Mariners. Now, all right, no problem that he's in the top 10. He led all of baseball for catchers with 30 home runs. You know, he had 75 RBIs. You know, he had 20 more RBIs. Jonah Heim. In fact, Jonah Heim had 95 RBIs last year in 131 games. The next 2 RBI guys that were catchers were Adley Rutschman, who they named number 1, and Salvador Perez, who's more of a DH now than he is a catcher. He does still catch some, but he's more of a designated hitter than he is a catcher. They both had 80 RBIs. That was second. That was tied for second. Jonah Heim had 15 more RBIs than any catcher in all of baseball last year and wasn't on the list. Cal Raleigh, though, was. Just say Diaz, the catcher for Houston. He was so good, the Houston Astros said you can't catch in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. They caught Candy Maldonado back there from the 1987 San Francisco Maldonado, Giants.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Martin Maldonado, they trusted him more in the playoffs than Yanni. I say Yanni, but I guess it's Yanir Diaz.
I think they call. Oh, Yanni's is that the first baseman?
Yanir
for Tampa?
Diaz.
Okay.
he finished in the top 10, and they didn't trust him to catch in the playoffs. I just want to make this clear. The Houston Astros said no. Martin Maldonado, who can't hit to save his life, is going to catch these playoff games because we don't believe Diaz is a good enough catcher yet. In fact, even John Smoltz, who hates the Texas Rangers, said they think he's the future guy. They just don't believe that he's ready to handle the staff yet in a playoff environment.
Handle the staff, the pitching staff.
Yes.
Being able to communicate with them.
And calling the right pitches, just making sure that you're putting together great sequences, that the pitcher on the mound believes that this young kid behind the home plate knows what he's doing in these situations. They said, we are going to have Martin Maldonado to be nice to him.
Calming pitchers down. If
Go 0 for 4 every game, and hopefully they hit him with a pitch. That was the hope for Martin Maldonado. He's so big that maybe the catcher, maybe the pitcher will accidentally hit him. And in Game 6, we accidentally did, as he stuck the pad out there, his elbow pad, to get hit. That's the only way you could get on base. But not Jonah Heim. He's not as good as the backup catcher for the Houston Astros. Then we have Alejandro Kirk, who I will not say what I said in the meeting about Alejandro Kirk, but he's not as good as Jonah
Okay,
Heim.
all right, agreed.
And then we have the brothers.
Just real quick, for Kirk, and if you're going off of let's just say even offensive WAR, he's a whole point or a whole 1 behind Jonah Heim, 1.9 to 2.9. That's crazy.
And then you have William Contreras, who was 5th, Wilson Contreras, who was 6th. It's not even close. When I say Marino, Raleigh, Diaz, Kirk, and the Contreras brothers, it's not close. Jonah Heim at worst should be 5th on this list. I feel like MLB Network should quit this list right now and say, we're very sorry, we're not doing shortstops tonight. Because at this point, I'm not sure if Corey Seager's a top 10 shortstop in Major League Baseball. They might just leave all. That's what I hope at this point. I hope that all Rangers are left off the list. When they go to right field, they're like, we don't even know who Adolis Garcia is.
Yeah, he was.
When they go to second base, they're like, I don't know. Who finished 3rd in MVP voting? Who gives a crap? Like he won a Gold Glove and finished 3rd in MVP voting. Out of here. MVP of the World Series, leader of the team, 2nd in MVP voting. No, I've never heard of this guy. So I like your other thought that they should come on air tonight and apologize. Yeah, they should apologize. Yes. To start the shortstop list, they should apologize and redo this list. And worst case scenario, JT Realmuto, who's been like a top 2, top 3 catcher in baseball for a good 5 years, I would say. They have him now down to 4th. If you wanted, when they had Sean Murphy at 3rd, that's when I literally threw my hat off watching the show. And I went, oh my God, I forgot about Sean Murphy. They're leaving Jonah Heim off this list. Because I knew Will Smith, who had been with the Dodgers for a while, everyday catcher, and I knew Adley Rutschman was going to be on the list. And I'm like, sure. Oh my God, they left Jonah Heim off the whole list. And JT Realmuto, I can understand putting him ahead of Jonah Heim for his career work. I know this is right now, but I get it. I get Realmuto, I get Sean Murphy, I get Will Smith, and I get Adley Rutschman. I'm not saying that it's the perfect list if Jonah Heim was 5th. I would have him 3rd. But I don't see how they put the Contreras brothers, Alejandro Kirk, my God, a backup catcher who's going to start for the first time in his life in Houston, Diaz, Cal Raleigh in the same division. Who, I get it, man. He hit home runs. What else?
I saw a lot of people complaining that Cal Raleigh was too low, but nothing close to the Jonah Heim complaint.
And then Marino, he had a great second half. I understand he's on the top 10 list. You got to knock him down then. But I'm not putting Jonah Heim 10. He has to be 5. He's 5 or better. He's better than the Contreras brothers. Like, this was insane last night. I can't believe I did a whole segment yesterday sounding as stupid as I did, MLB Network, saying that I think Jonah Heim's going to finish 3rd. Maybe he could be 1st because I thought, well, I mean, how much credit do you give him for the World Series run? And the other thing, too, is he's considered one of the best framers in the league. Like, he turns balls into strikes. Mm-hmm. The best, I think, in baseball, and I'm sorry, if he's not the best, he's up there. I just know at some point during the year they would talk about that on the broadcast on how Jonah Heim is great at framing, because when you look at this thing that they do, that Jonah Heim's the best. He wins the Gold Glove. He was the starting all-star. Then his team goes on and wins the World Series, and he has key hit after key hit in that situation and catching a great game, calling a great game. And they're like, nah, not top 10. But Alejandro Kirk is.
I saw numerous. Okay.
And Alejandro Kirk's not bad, but he's not close. Like this, if you called up right now Ross Atkins, the general manager of Toronto, and said, hey, we want Alejandro Kirk and we'll give you Jonah Heim. Unfortunately, that trade would be made in less than 1 second.
From the 214, MLB Network should be embarrassed. And from the 469, was it on purpose or trying to drive up comments and reactions? I saw multiple people go, I'm sorry, I thought you were putting out a real list, not just trying to get engagement. And people seem behind that. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Well, tonight, let's see if they leave the World Series MVP off the shortstop list. At this point, it's 50-50. Corey Seager's even a top 10 player at his position. Maybe if they do top 30, maybe he would make the list. There are 30 starting shortstops, so I'd hope that Corey Seager would make the list.
Coming up next with the regular season wrapped up, who are your picks for the major NFL awards? 877-881-1053, truckrack.com, text line. Plus, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.